Chapter 30-25. He is indeed a calamity. Qin Feiyang nodded. If this person wasn't eliminated, there would be no end of trouble. Since that was the case, Qin Feiyang and Crazy looked at each other, a cold light flashing in their eyes. Shua. Immediately after, the two continued to head into the depths of the mountain. A while later, Shua. Suddenly, two figures appeared in front of them, blocking their path. It was the city lord and the commander. One was a half-step ruler and the other was a perfection undying realm. Not to mention the city lord, even the commander was a terrifying existence in the ancient world. But in the sky cloud realm, the two were just ordinary people. Let's see how you run this time. The city lord stepped forward, and the pressure of a half-step ruler surged toward Qin Feiyang's group like a flood. Su Yang's eyes trembled, terrified to the extreme. Even a perfection undying realm like the Su family's old ancestor was a godlike existence in his eyes, let alone a half-step ruler like the city lord. Just one pressure was enough to make him fall into the abyss of despair. However, Qin Feiyang and Crazy's expressions didn't change. Do you really think we're afraid of you? Crazy smiled mockingly. The city lord looked suspiciously at the two. My lord, you can tell that they're pretending to be calm from the looks of it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stood there in the heavenly pleasure building and waited for another youth to save them. The commander sneered. Makes sense. The city lord nodded. Crazy glanced at the commander and laughed. You seem to be very smart? I'm just a little smarter than you. The commander's face was full of disdain. In his eyes, Qin Feiyang and Crazy were just two clowns. The one he was truly wary of was Yun Xiang. Not only did he control the laws of space and time, he also had a heaven-defying divine artifact. A heaven-defying divine artifact, even the most ordinary low-level one, was comparable to a half-step ruler. And he was only a perfection undying realm, one step away from a half-step ruler. Although it was only one step, the difference was like heaven and earth. Therefore, in front of Yun Xiang he had no confidence at all. But now Yun Xiang was not here. Then the two people in front of him were equivalent to lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They were completely insignificant. Smarter than us? The madman and Qin Feiyang looked at each other, and the playfulness in their eyes deepened. This person really didn't know how to keep a low profile. My lord, take a look. They're still so arrogant even now. They're simply looking down on you. We must torture them properly. Also, didn't they loot the Su clan's treasure vault, spirit vein and crystal vein? These treasures are all things that we've coveted for a long time. However, due to the fact that the Su clan's first young master is a demon hall disciple, it's not convenient for us to make a move. Isn't this the best opportunity? The commander looked at the city lord and said with a flattering smile. The city lord's eyes lit up. Madman was stunned. You guys are also eyeing the Su family's treasury? This Su family is just relying on the fact that they have someone backing them up. What are they if they don't have that backing? The commander sneered. As the city lord and the commander of Tianfeng City, not only do you not protect the interests of the people below, you even have crooked thoughts about them. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by others for doing this? Su Yang shouted angrily. He didn't dare to speak at first, but when he heard this, he couldn't help it. He never thought that the city lord and the commander were such people. As a member of Tianfeng City, he really felt heartbroken. You're just a stray dog. What right do you have to speak? The commander's face was full of disdain. Even if I'm a stray dog, I'm still better than you guys with wild ambitions. No! You guys are just animals in human skin. Su Yang's face was full of disgust. You're courting death. The commander's eyes suddenly surged with killing intent, and a terrifying divine power rushed towards Su Yang. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly and stepped in front of Su Yang, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Overestimating yourself? The commander's face was full of ridicule. Overestimating myself? Qin Feiyang shook his head and sneered. I'm just joking that you're smart. Do you really think you're smart? The commander's eyes turned cold. If even Yun Xiang's little tricks can make you guys afraid, then you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of us. Because our tricks are more terrifying than Yun Xiang's. Qin Feiyang's words fell, accompanied by a loud clang, and the golden scale sword appeared. The commander originally wanted to ridicule him, saying that he was more terrifying than Yun Xiang. He didn't know his own weight. However, when he saw the sudden appearance of the golden scale sword, his pupils suddenly shrank. This seemed to be, at the same time. The city lord's pupils also shrank slightly. Clang. The golden scale sword instantly recovered, and a terrifying sharpness swept in all directions, and the divine power of the commander was instantly turned into ashes. This is a heaven-defying artifact. The commander's expression changed, and he immediately retreated behind the city lord, his eyes full of shock. This person actually had a heaven-defying artifact. At the same time, the city lord waved his hand, rolled up the commander, and flew away without looking back. City lord, the commander was bewildered. His heaven-defying artifact is even stronger than Yun Xiang's heaven-defying artifact. Yun Xiang's heaven-defying artifact is only a low-level one, but his is a high-level heaven-defying artifact. The city lord said gloomily. He never thought that Qin Feiyang would actually have such a terrifying artifact. What? High-level heaven-defying artifact. The commander turned pale with fright. This level of heaven-defying artifact was extremely rare even in those large cities. Who exactly were they? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light and shouted, "Golden scale sword, cripple them!" Clang. The golden scale sword suddenly cut through the sky, and thousands of sword chi erupted, turning into a sword chi frenzy, rushing towards the two of them. The commander was terrified. The city lord's eyes flashed, and suddenly grabbed the commander and threw him towards the sword chi frenzy. Qin Feiyang and Su Yu were both stunned. The commander himself was also stunned, but he quickly reacted. The city lord was using him as cannon fodder. Surnamed Wang, you piece of shit, I was so loyal to you, but you dare to treat me like this? I won't let you go even if I die. The commander roared, and a destructive aura charged out of his body. Boom. In the next instant, his physical body exploded in the air, and a terrifying aura instantly flooded the surroundings. Not good. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted, and he immediately brought the madman and Su Yang into the Black Tortoise world. The self-destruction of an imperishable realm expert, especially one at the peak stage of the imperishable realm, was comparable to a half-step ruler. However, the city lord was not so lucky. Even though he was fast enough, he was still affected by the aftershock of the commander's self-destruction. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he did not stop and continued to run. Right now, he only hoped that the ripples from the commander's self-destruction could block the golden scale sword for a while. However, the golden scale sword was a high-grade divine artifact, comparable to an early-stage ruler. How could the self-destruction of a mere peak-stage imperishable realm expert block it? Clang. Accompanied by a sword cry, the golden scale sword easily shattered the ripples from the commander's self-destruction, and then like a flash of light, it pierced through the city lord's lower abdomen. Ah! Immediately, the city lord wailed as his sea of vital energy shattered, and his cultivation dissipated. The golden scale sword was placed in front of him, emitting a sharp aura that terrified the city lord. Don't kill me! Swish! At this moment, when Qin Feiyang appeared, he grabbed the city lord and disappeared without a trace with the golden scale sword. What's going on? This seems to be the commander's aura. Could it be that he self-destructed? In the distance, the Su family's old ancestor stopped in the air, looking at the collapsed mountains and rivers in front of him in shock. He originally wanted to follow and see if there was a chance to kill Qin Feiyang and Su Yu with his own hands. But he didn't expect that before he even got close, a terrifying destructive wave would erupt in front of him. The owner of this wave was a commander, which made him even more shocked. The commander actually self-destructed? What was going on? He didn't dare to get closer, nor could he get closer, because the fluctuations from the commander's self-destruction were enough to shatter his bones. Black Tortoise Realm. Where is this? The city lord scanned his surroundings, his eyes full of surprise. Su Yang was the same. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Welcome to my space divine object. Space divine object? This is too big. The two of them were shocked. Even a half-step dominator couldn't see the end. And the essence chi energy and soul vein energy here were not much worse than outside. Do you want to die or live? Qin Feiyang looked at the city lord and asked with a smile. The city lord's body stiffened, and only then did he remember his situation. Now that his sea of vital energy was destroyed and he was captured in this space divine object, unless he mastered the laws of space and time, he couldn't escape even if he went to heaven or earth. But I still have divine soul. A trace of killing intent appeared in the city lord's heart. With his half-step dominator divine soul, he could easily kill the two in front of him. Clang. But just as this thought appeared in his mind, the golden scale sword let out a sword hum and pointed at his forehead. The tip of the sword was almost touching his forehead. That terrifying sharpness caused his divine soul to immediately surge with an inescapable fear. Do you know what will happen if you play tricks in front of me? Qin Feiyang looked at him mockingly. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. The city lord hurriedly waved his hand. But, seeing that your cultivation isn't bad, I'll reluctantly take you in as my subordinate. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Reluctantly? The city lord couldn't help but go crazy. He was at least a half-step dominator. Was there a need to force him so much? Don't resist, otherwise, if the golden scale sword gets angry, even I won't be able to control it. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a slave's seal appeared. This is... The city lord's eyes flashed. He didn't need to think to know that this was a kind of control secret technique. Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he shouted, Golden scale sword, kill him for me. Clang. The tip of the golden scale sword instantly sank into the city lord's forehead, and blood spurted out. Don't kill me, the city lord roared in horror. Stop. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand. The golden scale sword immediately stopped. At this moment, the tip of the sword was only a paper away from the city lord's sea of consciousness. Are you obedient now? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Yes. The city lord nodded repeatedly, terrified. The blade was on his neck. How could he dare to not be obedient? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, and with a wave of his hand, the slave seal immediately turned into a stream of light and sank into the city lord's head. Chapter 30:26. During the process of being controlled, the city lord wanted to resist again and again, but under the threat of the golden scale sword, he finally gave up on this thought. The control was successfully completed. Qin Feiyang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the golden scale sword and smiled. Go! Swoosh! The golden scale sword instantly turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. As long as the slave seal was successfully controlled, no matter how strong the other party was, he was not afraid. Introduce yourself. Qin Feiyang looked at the city lord and said indifferently. This subordinate is Wang Hui, half-step sovereign realm, Tianfeng city lord, and I have a son, Wang Feng. At this moment, the city lord also appeared extremely respectful. Wang Hui, Qin Feiyang muttered and asked, what law do you grasp? Metal law. Wang Hui replied. Just this one? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. What else? Wang Hui asked. To be able to comprehend a law and reach the perfection realm, this was already very good, okay? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Then after breaking through to half-step sovereign realm, how do you cultivate? Madman couldn't help but be curious when he heard this. Wang Hui looked at the two of them suspiciously and said, you guys even have high-grade heaven-defying divine artifacts, don't you know this? In his opinion, since the two of them had high-grade heaven-defying divine artifacts, their family backgrounds were definitely not simple. But why did it seem like they were two noobs now? Madman said angrily, I told you to speak, why are you talking so much nonsense? Wang Hui hurriedly nodded and said, after stepping into half-step sovereign realm, if you want to break through again, you must comprehend another law. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. They actually needed to comprehend another law? Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Hui and said, can we understand that after breaking through to half-step sovereign realm, you need to comprehend another law every time you break through a small realm? For example, me. Now that I have grasped the metal law, if I want to break through to initial sovereign realm, I have to comprehend another law. And I have to completely comprehend it. Wang Hui nodded. Doesn't that mean that a newly ascended ruler can control two types of law energies? Madman frowned. In any case, after becoming a half-step ruler, every step of cultivation is related to the power of laws. For example, the perfect sovereigns of our sky cloud realm are supreme existences that have grasped 6 types of laws. Apart from sovereign weapons, no one is a match for them. Wang Hui said with a look of admiration. I see. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. Who would have thought that he would have to continue comprehending the laws after reaching the sovereign realm in order to achieve a breakthrough? Madman asked, what if you can't comprehend other laws? If you can't comprehend any other laws, your cultivation will forever remain at the half-step ruler level. Just like me, you can only stay in a small place like Wind City and be a small city lord. Wang Hui shook his head. That's not right. Even a half-step ruler should be considered very strong in the sky cloud realm. Madman was suspicious. It's all right. Wang Hui hesitated for a moment before saying, if that's the case, then why are you staying in Wind City as the city lord? I think that with your strength, you should be able to enter the demon palace. Madman looked at him in confusion. Wang Hui shook his head and said, I don't belong to the demon palace, but I belong to another faction. What faction? Madman was surprised. There were other super factions in the eastern continent? Qin Feiyang suddenly said, you should belong to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, right? Rogue Cultivator Alliance? Madman was stunned. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, I only know a little about it from Luo Tianshan's memories. Wang Hui nodded. Madman asked suspiciously, what's the Rogue Cultivator Alliance? In the beginning, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was formed by a few hidden experts to fight against the Demon Palace. Because the Demon Palace was too domineering. But later, as it slowly grew, the alliance became stronger and stronger. Today, although our Rogue Cultivator Alliance is still inferior to the Demon Palace doesn't dare to look down on us. In short, our Rogue Cultivator Alliance is the second super faction in the Eastern Continent. Wang Hui said, so that's how it is. Madman nodded in understanding. And our Rogue Cultivator Alliance not only controls a lot of resources in the Eastern Continent, but we also control the various large cities. Even super large cities like Ocean of Cloud City are the territory of independent cultivators like us. In any case, in the current situation, the Demon Palace and our Rogue Cultivator Alliance don't interfere with each other and live together. Wang Hui smiled proudly. As a member of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, he was very proud. Madman teased, are you saying so much to tell us that it's best to let you go immediately or the Rogue Cultivator Alliance won't let us go? I'm not. Wang Hui hurriedly shook his head. But in fact, that was what he meant. He wanted to use the Rogue Cultivator Alliance to threaten Qin Feiyang and Madman. It's best if you don't. Not to mention your Rogue Cultivator Alliance, we aren't even afraid of the true overlord of the Eastern Continent, the Demon Palace. Madman sneered. Wang Hui's gaze trembled. How confident did he have to be to dare to say such lawless words? He wasn't even afraid of the Demon Palace. Could it be that they were from the Blood Hall of the Western Continent, the Sky Hall of the Northern Continent, or the God Hall of the Southern Continent? Oh no. If they were really from these 3 overlords, then they definitely wouldn't dare to be so high-profile in the Eastern Continent. Because the Demon Palace, Blood Hall, Sky Hall, and God Hall were enemies. If they dared to come to the Eastern Continent to cause trouble, wouldn't they be courting death? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Then tell us, what exactly are the people from the Demon Palace? Demon Palace? They're just a bunch of selfish people. Wang Hui snorted coldly. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was curious. Before our Rogue Cultivator Alliance appeared, the Demon Palace was the only overlord. All the resources were in their hands. Ordinary people like us have to get their permission if we want resources. Now, Although the Demon Palace is still the overlord of the Eastern continent, at least the resources can be distributed reasonably. Wang Hui said. Is that so? I feel that it's no different from when the Demon Palace was the only overlord. Qin Feiyang shook his head. But Wang Hui frowned. Although the Demon Palace gave up a portion of the resources, these resources didn't fall into the hands of ordinary people directly. Instead, they went into the hands of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. In short, the ones who benefited were the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, not ordinary people. The lives of ordinary people are still the same. Qin Feiyang said faintly. I don't agree, because the Rogue Cultivator Alliance is in charge of all the major cities. Our goal is to benefit ordinary people. Wang Hui shook his head. Aren't you embarrassed to say that? Someone like you who even wants to take the Su family's business for yourself has the cheek to say that you're benefiting the people? Su Yang suddenly sneered. Wang Hui looked at Su Yang angrily. He's speaking the truth. Perhaps the Rogue Cultivator Alliance's goal was indeed to benefit the people. However, as you continue to grow stronger, you've long forgotten this original goal. Now, all that's left is ambition, selfishness, and greed. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Humans were basically like this. After getting something, they would want more. Ambition, desire, they were endless. Wang Hui smiled awkwardly. Although he didn't want to admit it, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance's style was indeed like that. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked, Do you have the Shangqing Creation Pill and the Dragon Phoenix Divine Pill? No. Wang Hui shook his head. Madman raised his eyebrows and looked at Wang Hui unkindly. You're the city lord, how could you not have these pills? I really don't. The Dragon Phoenix Divine Pill can only increase the cultivation of the imperishable realm. I'm just a half-step dominator, why would I need it? As for the Shangqing Creation Pill, this pill is also used to open the door to the imperishable realm. It's useless for me to keep it. Wang Hui hurriedly explained. That makes sense. Madman nodded. Wang Hui's eyes flashed and said, The Demon Tower sells these 2 pills. Why don't you go there and buy them? At the same time, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. Because he was peeking into Wang Hui's heart. When Wang Hui said these words, his inner thoughts were also spied on by him. Through Wang Hui's thoughts, he understood that it was as he had expected. The Shangqing Creation Pill was a bait set up by the Demon Tower. And Wang Hui wanted to make use of this to make the Demon Hall target them. Because, if they really went to the Demon Tower to buy the Shangqing Creation Pill, it would definitely attract the attention of the Demon Hall. At that time, the people of the Demon Hall would target him, and his life might be in danger. As long as he died, the control of the slavery seal would naturally be removed. This was what Wang Hui was thinking. Qin Feiyang didn't expose him and said indifferently, If I have to do such a small thing personally, then why would I keep you alive? Wang Hui's body trembled when he heard this. 3 days later, I want to see 100 Dragon Phoenix Divine Pills and 100 Shangqing Creation Pills. Otherwise, I will directly erase your soul. Qin Feiyang said. So much? Wang Hui immediately panicked. Not to mention the bait, just the price of these 100 Dragon Phoenix Divine Pills and the Shangqing Creation Pill was not something he could afford. The reason for that was because every single one of those medicinal pills was priceless. I don't care so much. In any case, I will go to the City Lord's mansion to look for you in 3 days. If I don't see these things, then bear the consequences. Qin Feiyang said indifferently and sent Wang Hui out. Bastard, just you wait. If I don't kill you, I won't be called Wang Hui. Wang Hui stood in the void outside, killing intent flashing in the depths of his eyes. Then, with a gloomy face, he flew towards Tianfeng City. You want to kill me? All right, then let's see who will kill who in the end. Qin Feiyang sneered. Hearing this, Frenzy looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Who wants to kill you? Who else can it be? It's that Wang Hui. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He still has such thoughts? Frenzy was stunned. Of course, he's not honest at all. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Then you can't be careless. After all, he is from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Frenzy said, "Don't worry. I will always peek into his heart. I want to see what kind of tricks he can play." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. "You like to be smart, right? Then I will play with you." Chapter 30:27. Su Yang, who was at the side, looked at Qin Feiyang and Li Qie suspiciously the entire time. How did they know what Wang Hui was thinking? Madman glanced at Su Yang and sent a message. "What about him?" Qin Feiyang was silent for a while before asking Su Yang, "What's your name?" "Su Yang." Su Yang quickly replied. Qin Feiyang asked, "What are your plans now?" Su Yang lowered his head, not knowing what to do. Madman thought, seeing how pitiful he is, why don't we let him stay? There are many pitiful people in the world. Plus, this isn't a shelter. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. "Don't you have any compassion? Is there anyone more pitiful than him? Plus, the black tortoise world is so big, how much space can he take up?" Madman was speechless. No means no. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Madman waved his hand and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Su Yang looked up at Madman. "What?" Madman looked at him suspiciously. Su Yang knelt down in the air and said respectfully, "I want to be your disciple." "What? Be my disciple?" Madman pointed at his nose with a shocked expression. Qin Feiyang was also stunned on the spot. How could he have imagined that this kid would actually make such a decision? "Please accept me," Su Yang said sincerely. "Wait." Madman quickly waved his hand and said, "Let me take a break." Su Yang looked at Madman nervously. Madman scratched his head as if he was not used to it. He frowned and said, "Are you sure you want to be my disciple?" Su Yang nodded. Madman frowned. "Because you're strong," Su Yang said. Madman grinned and smiled. "That sounds good. Does that mean you agree?" Su Yang was pleasantly surprised. "Don't." Madman quickly stopped him and said speechlessly, "Then why don't you be old Qin's disciple?" This, Su Yang looked at Qin Feiyang and seemed to be in a difficult position. "Speak your mind," Madman said. Su Yang still did not dare to speak. "Speak." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Su Yang gathered his courage and looked at Madman. "He's not as strong as you." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Madman was also a bit surprised, and then he said, "He has a high-grade heaven-defying divine artifact." The heaven-defying divine artifact is just a worldly possession. It doesn't represent one's strength. But you're different. I saw your strength with my own eyes. Besides, didn't he call you senior brother? Then you must be stronger than him. Su Yang said. Qin Feiyang said in astonishment, "Wait, I call him senior brother. Should he be stronger than me? What kind of logic was this?" Su Yang said, "But the ability he displayed is indeed stronger than yours." Qin Feiyang was speechless. But thinking back, it was true that he did not display his strength in front of Su Yang, because the one who attacked was Madman, and he was like a bystander. "Ha!" Madman suddenly laughed and gave Su Yang a thumbs up. "Kid, you have good eyes." Seeing this, Su Yang thought that Madman had agreed and quickly kowtowed. "Disciple greets, stop." Madman's face darkened. This kid was really going with the flow. Su Yang was stunned and looked suspiciously at Madman. Madman rubbed his forehead. "First, tell me, why did you want to take me as your master? Didn't I just say it? Because you're strong, I want to stay by your side and let you teach me cultivation." Su Yang said. "Then you can go find someone else? I'm just a half-step immortal. What right do I have to be your master?" Madman frowned. "I can't find anyone right now." Su Yang smiled. "From what you're saying, if you find someone else, you'll immediately change your master." Madman was stunned. No. A master for a day is a father for life. How could I do such a heartless thing? Let's talk about it later. Although you're only a half-step Undying Realm cultivator, you're capable of instantly killing a complete Undying Realm cultivator. And I'm just a half-step Ninth Heaven Realm, so you definitely have the right. Su Yang quickly said. "That's true." Madman nodded with a smile. "Then how many years have you been cultivating? How many years? Su Yang paused and pondered for a bit. I've been cultivating since I was young. It's probably been more than 100,000 years. What's that? You're an antique that's lived for more than 100,000 years? Madman looked at Su Yang in shock. Antique? Su Yang looked at Madman. Why was he called an antique? Wasn't that normal? Which ninth heaven realm didn't cultivate for tens of thousands or decades? He was already pretty good. No, your talent isn't that good. I'm afraid I can't teach you. You should go find old Qin. The madman shook his head and vanished as soon as he finished speaking. Su Yang froze and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. If even senior brother Madman can't teach you, then I definitely can't. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Su Yang hurriedly said, I know how to refine pills. 7th grade divine tier pill furnace and 7th grade divine tier pill fire. You can only refine pills with 10 veins. Your talent isn't that great. Qin Feiyang said. Su Yang lowered his head with a bitter expression. That's right. With his talent, how could others take a liking to him? Qin Feiyang pondered for a bit and smiled. How about this? Don't you want to enter the demon palace? I'll give you this chance. Su Yang immediately looked up and looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. The demon palace has many experts and resources. It's better for you to enter the demon palace than follow us. Qin Feiyang smiled and took out a token and handed it to Su Yang. It was the identity token that Chu Yun gave him. Su Yang took the token and looked at the word demon on it. His pupils constricted as he exclaimed, This is the demon palace's token? Qin Feiyang nodded. You're from the demon palace? Su Yang looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. No. This was given to me by someone from the demon palace. This person seems to be quite powerful. Take this token back to Tianfeng City and look for the Tower Master of the Demon Palace. She might really help you. When you go back, remember to hide your identity so that your family won't find out. Qin Feiyang smiled. When Su Yang heard this, he lowered his head and looked at the other side of the token. When he saw the word Yun, he couldn't help but be stunned. Yun? What did that mean? That's all I can help you with. The rest is up to you. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he waved his hand and sent Su Yang out. Su Yang regained his senses and realized that he had already left this spatial divine object. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. If he could really enter the demon palace, that would be for the best. However, judging from Qin Feiyang's tone just now, he didn't seem very sure either. If this token was useless at that time, then where should he go? He suddenly realized that there was no place for him in such a large world. With a sigh, he put away the medallion, turned around, and left in a lonely manner. In the evening, Demon Palace. The woman in white was busy in the study room. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in, the woman in white said. The door opened and a staff member brought an ordinary-looking young man in. What's the matter? The woman in white looked at the two of them and asked. The staff member pointed at the young man and said, He said he has something to see you about. The woman in white looked at the young man suspiciously and waved to the staff member with a smile, Then you can go out and do your work. The staff member nodded in response, then turned around and left, closing the door behind him. Speak, what's the matter? The woman in white smiled. The young man hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth, took out a facial restoration pill and threw it into his mouth. Very soon, a familiar face appeared. Who else could it be but Su Yang? It's you? The woman in white looked at Su Yang in surprise. Shoo! Su Yang hurriedly made a shushing gesture. The Su family was looking for him everywhere. If the Su family knew that he was in the demon palace, they would definitely bring people over. At that time, no one would be able to help him. The woman in white was stunned and shook her head. You still dare to come back? As the owner of the demon palace, he naturally knew what happened to the Su family. Su Yang lowered his head and said, If I told you that I was forced, would you believe me? Those two people who robbed the Su family forced you? The woman in white asked. No. It's not them, it's the Su family. They didn't treat me as a human at all. They even cut ties with me and wanted to send me to the city lord's mansion. In the end, it was those two people who saved me. Su Yang's face was filled with hatred. So, they are still good people? The woman in white was surprised. I don't know in the eyes of others, but in my eyes, they are good people. The Su family deserved it. Su Yang snorted. The woman in white shook her head and smiled, asking, "Then why are you here?" Su Yang was a little hesitant. "Is it about entering the demon palace?" "I haven't reported this matter yet, and I believe you should know that even if I report it, you might not be able to enter the demon palace," the woman in white said. Su Yang gritted his teeth and took out the token. Who cared if it worked or not, he would take the risk. "Please take a look at this." Su Yang took the token and handed it to the woman in white. The woman in white looked at it suspiciously, and when she saw the token, her pupils immediately shrank. Immediately after, she stood up and grabbed the token. When she saw the word "fun" on it, her expression changed. Su Yang was surprised. Why was her reaction so big? "How is this possible?" The woman in white murmured and raised her head to look at Su Yang, asking, "Who gave you this token?" "It's those two people," Su Yang said. "How did they get this token?" The woman in white murmured, her face full of surprise. She asked, "Where are they now?" "Before we parted, they were outside the city. But I don't know." "Why? Is this token very important?" Su Yang looked at the woman in white doubtfully. "It's very important, very important." The woman in white nodded and looked at the token for a while, sighing. "I'm really blind. I didn't even notice such an important person." "Then who are they?" Su Yang was even more surprised. "I don't know who they are either, but the existence of this token," the woman in white pondered for a while and waved her hand. "Go out for a while and close the door." "Okay." Su Yang nodded and looked at the token in the woman's hand suspiciously. He turned and walked out. Chapter 30:28. After Su Yang left, the woman in white immediately took out the voice transmission stone. Buzz. A moment later, a shadow appeared. It was a woman in a white dress. She was tall and extremely beautiful. "I'm Li Yunxia, the Tower Master of Tianfeng City." "Greetings, Miss Yun." The woman in white bowed. "What's the matter?" Chu Yun sat on a chair and yawned listlessly. Li Yunxia hurriedly said, "I'm sorry to disturb your rest." "It's okay. If you have something to say it quickly." Chu Yun waved her hand. Li Yunxia took a deep breath and showed the token in her hand. She said respectfully, "Miss, please take a look." Chu Yun looked at the token and said indifferently, "This is my token. What's wrong?" "But why is your token in his hands?" Li Yunxia was surprised. "This is my gift to him." Chu Yun smiled faintly. "I see." Li Yunxia nodded in realization. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "May I ask who he is?" "Didn't he tell you?" Chu Yun was suspicious. He only came to the Demon Tower once and caused a lot of trouble in Tianfeng City." Li Yunxia shook her head. "Is that so?" Chu Yun was slightly stunned and said with a smile, "In that case, he took out this token to ask you for help." "Ask for help?" Li Yunxia smiled bitterly. "What's with your expression?" Chu Yun frowned. "To be honest, miss, this Qin Feiyang didn't take out the token at all. Before this, I didn't even know that he was related to you. It was a person called Su Yang who came to me with this token. That's why I wanted to confirm it with you." Li Yunxia said. "I see." Chu Yun came to a realization and nodded with a smile. "You don't need this treasure. You have quite a backbone." However, just as she finished speaking, she suddenly stood up and frowned. "What did you just say? The token is in the hands of a person called Su Yang?" "Yes." Li Yunxia nodded and said, "According to Su Yang, it was Qin Feiyang who gave it to him." "Bastard." Chu Yun was furious when she heard this. She actually gave her token to someone else? One had to know that in the Eastern continent, there were countless people who wanted her token, but none of them had the honor to obtain it. Yet, this fellow actually gave it to someone else. "Miss, please calm down." Seeing this, Li Yunxia quickly comforted him. Chu Yun suppressed the anger in her heart and asked, "Is Su Yang very close to him?" "Nope. I'm sure of that. Because the first time he met Su Yang was at my place. Furthermore, the time of their meeting was this morning. There was even a small conflict between them." Liu Xia said. "This is even worse." Chu Yun's face was full of anger. His sleepy state instantly disappeared. If she had given her token to a friend or brother, she could still understand. But to actually give it to someone she had just met for less than a day? Was her command token so cheap in this fellow's eyes? Li Yunxia asked cautiously, "Miss, do you want me to find him? What are you looking for?" "It's better for people like him who don't know what is good for them to die." Chu Yun snorted. Yes. Li Yunxia smiled apologetically. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the young miss was speaking out of anger. But thinking about it, it made sense. With the young miss's identity, there were many people in the entire eastern continent who wanted to curry favor with her. If it were anyone else, they would probably treat the young miss's token as a family heirloom. But this person actually gave it to someone he had just met for less than a day without cherishing it. How could the young miss not be angry with such a contemptuous attitude? Chu Yun took a deep breath and asked, "Why did he give it to Su Yang?" Li Yunxia said truthfully, "This Su Yang has always wanted to enter the demon palace, so I reckon that Qin Feiyang gave him the token to let him take a shortcut. Then this Su Yang's talent should be very good." In Chu Yun's opinion, to be able to make Qin Feiyang use the token, he must be someone with extraordinary talent. This, Li Yunxia was a little hesitant. "Speak." Seeing this, Chu Yun felt a little uneasy. Li Yunxia said carefully, "Then please don't be angry, young miss. This Su Yang's cultivation talent is not very good, and his alchemy talent is also very ordinary." Chu Yun was stunned, and without any suspense, she exploded and roared with her teeth gnashing, "This little bastard, I won't let him off." If it was given to a person with good talent, she could reluctantly accept it. After all, it could more or less prove the value of the token. But she never thought that it would actually be a person with ordinary talent. This was simply a waste of God's gift. Li Yunxia smiled bitterly. It was no wonder that the young miss was angry. This Qin Feiyang was indeed too childish. After a while, Chu Yun calmed down and looked at Li Yunxia. "Call that Su Yang over." Li Yunxia nodded, looked at the door and said, "Su Yang, come in." Su Yang pushed open the door and quickly walked to Li Yunxia's side. Then, he looked at Chu Yun with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Li Yunxia said, "Quickly greet Miss Yun." Su Yang greets Miss Yun. Su Yang hurriedly bowed. Chu Yun looked at Su Yang indifferently and asked, "You've been with Qin Feiyang all this time?" Su Yang said truthfully, "Ever since I escaped from the Su family, I've been with them." Chu Yun said, "Then tell me everything about them." This, Su Yang hesitated for a moment. Cough cough. "Su Yang, this is a big shot in the Devil Palace. Whether or not you can enter the Devil Palace depends on her words." Li Yunxia hurriedly reminded him. Su Yang's heart trembled, but after struggling for a moment he shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, Miss Yun, they have done me a favor, I can't casually reveal their matters." Chu Yun looked at Su Yang in surprise. Although his talent was not good, his character was not bad. Li Yunxia was also rather surprised. She raised her head and looked at Chu Yun, frowning. "Su Yang, do you still want to enter the Devil Palace?" "But I can't betray my friends." Su Yang's attitude was very firm. A trace of anger appeared in Li Yunxia's eyes. All right. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Arrange for him to come to the Devil Palace at any time." With that, Chu Yun's silhouette disappeared. Li Yunxia shook her head and smiled bitterly. She looked at Su Yang and said, "Fortunately, Miss Yun is educated and reasonable. Otherwise, with your attitude, you'll never be able to enter the Devil Palace." However, Su Yang acted as if he did not hear it. He was in an extremely excited state. Go to the Devil Palace at any time? That meant that the other party agreed? He could enter the Devil Palace? That was too simple. "I'm talking to you." Li Yunxia frowned. Su Yang came back to his senses and looked at Li Yunxia suspiciously, asking, "What did you say?" Li Yunxia was extremely helpless. Outside the city, Black Tortoise World. Qin Feiyang stood above the medicine field and looked at the rows of courtyards beside the ancient castle. In the past, everyone basically cultivated in the ancient castle. But gradually, everyone moved out of the house. Not only was it spacious outside, but the environment was also good. They could not squeeze a few people into a cultivation room. So now, everyone had a courtyard, including the devil ancestor, Dong Xingyang, Mu Qing, and Mu Tianyang. After the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace withdrew from Zhongzhou, Qin Batian, Lu Xingyang, and the 54 god generals also lived here. The happiest ones were Qin Batian, Tantai Li, and Qin Rushuang. Living together as a family, they were full of happiness. As for Zhongzhou, it was still empty. According to Big Black Wolf and the others, it was just in case. If there were any emergencies in the future and they needed to transfer people in from outside, they would not have to make any arrangements. They also did not have to worry about outsiders coming in and disturbing the order of the Black Tortoise World. This kind of life is so good. Qin Feiyang sighed. This was the kind of ordinary life he wanted, one that stood aloof from worldly affairs. Unfortunately, it was still very far away. Young master, suddenly, there was a shout of joy. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He turned around and saw two middle-aged men rushing over at lightning speed. It was Wang Ming and the five-clawed golden dragon. "What's made you so happy?" Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them curiously. Both of them looked extremely excited. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them suspiciously and asked, "Don't tell me you've both found your other half?" The two of them were stunned. "Isn't that so?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "How is that possible?" Wang Ming was speechless and laughed. "Then I won't keep you in suspense. Little Gold and I have both comprehended the power of laws." "The power of laws?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and asked, "Really?" The two of them nodded. "That's good." Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. "What kind of power of laws did you comprehend?" "I comprehended the law of force." Little Gold comprehended the law of gold. Wang Ming said, "The law of force?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He knew about the law of gold, but what the hell was the law of force? The law of force represents strength. My physical body and strength are already very strong. Now that I've comprehended the law of force, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Wang Ming said excitedly. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Indeed, Wang Ming's strongest points were his physical body and strength. After obtaining the law of force, his physical body and strength would definitely be stronger in the future. The most important thing is that after comprehending the law of force, I found a way to improve my physical body to the heaven-defying level. Wang Ming said. "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked hurriedly. This was crucial. Once the physical body reached the heaven-defying level, why would he need any heaven-defying divine artifacts? With just a pair of fists, he would be invincible in the world. "There's nothing you can do even if I tell you, because this can only be done after comprehending the law of force." Wang Ming smiled proudly. "Show off." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Wang Ming chuckled and said, "Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. Let's go cultivate and improve our cultivation first." Qin Feiyang nodded. The two of them entered a courtyard respectively. "The law of force," Qin Feiyang murmured, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Everyone's strength was improving. This was a good thing. Only when everyone became stronger would he have the capital to contend with Blood Hall. Chapter 3029. Suddenly, "What are you looking at, standing here alone?" A pleasant voice sounded. With a charming fragrance, the mermaid princess flew up and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. "I'm looking at you." Qin Feiyang hugged the mermaid princess and said with a smile, "My dear wife, it's time to go to the bridal chamber." The mermaid princess rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "I'll take you to a place." "What place?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "You'll know when we get there." The mermaid princess pulled Qin Feiyang and flew to a courtyard below. This courtyard was next to Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang's courtyard. It used to be the place where Yi Zhong's family lived. The mermaid princess landed in the courtyard with Qin Feiyang. Hundreds of flowers were blooming in the courtyard, and small trees were lush. Inside was a small two-story building with a pavilion next to it. I specially decorated this place. And these flowers and plants were all planted by me. How is it? Do you like it? The mermaid princess asked with a smile. As long as I'm with you, I like it no matter what. Qin Feiyang laughed. Glib tongue. The mermaid princess rolled her eyes at him and led Qin Feiyang into the small building. The coffee table, chairs, floor, and so on inside were all brand new. There were also many potted plants and flowers in the corners. They were full of vitality. Did you decorate this yourself? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The mermaid princess nodded. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Master is not here. Why did you decorate it? Are you stupid? The mermaid princess was speechless. She looked around and said with a smile, "This will be our home from now on." Our home? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Their home? Home sounded close, but it was actually very far away, especially for someone like him who had been drifting outside all year round. Home was an extravagant hope. Over the years, he had never thought about this problem. Therefore, when he suddenly heard the mermaid princess say that this was their home, he couldn't get used to it. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied? The mermaid princess looked at Qin Feiyang anxiously. No, no, no. Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand and looked around. Then he looked at the mermaid princess and said apologetically, "I'm sorry." Why are you apologizing? The mermaid princess looked at him suspiciously. We're already married. The first thing I should do is to give you a home, but I never thought of letting you worry about it. I'm not a qualified husband, much less a qualified man. Qin Feiyang blamed himself. He should have been the one to do all this. However, he did not expect this at all. What nonsense are you talking about? You have so many things to do. How can you take care of everything? I'll take care of these small things. The mermaid princess smiled. Thank you. Qin Feiyang held the mermaid princess in his arms. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Feiyang. At this moment, with a laugh, Qin Batian walked over. When he saw the two of them hugging, his expression suddenly became awkward. He hurriedly said, "Sorry to disturb you. You can continue." The mermaid princess blushed. She quickly stared at Qin Feiyang and slapped away Qin Feiyang's evil claws. Then she smiled and said, "Ancestor, you can talk. I'll make tea for you." You're not disturbing? Qin Batian asked. No. The mermaid princess quickly shook her head and then ran to the backyard. Qin Batian smiled and walked into the hall. He glanced around and nodded. It's arranged well. It's not bad. You came at the right time. Qin Feiyang's face was filled with displeasure. He was just about to do something to benefit his descendants. He did not expect this ancestor to come halfway. Qin Batian laughed dryly. Qin Feiyang asked Qin Batian to sit at the tea table and asked, "What can I do for you?" Qin Batian said, "I heard that there seems to be some elixir to improve cultivation in the Tianyun realm?" "Yes. Dragon Phoenix Elixir." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Is it useful?" Qin Batian asked. "I don't know. I haven't tried it yet." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then hurry up and get a few. Let me and Xingyang try it. If it's really useful, then we can directly step into the peak undead realm." Qin Batian said. "That's right." Qin Feiyang slapped his head. The two ancestors were now at the peak undead realm. Once they took the Dragon Phoenix Elixir, they would step into the peak. At that time, they would be able to comprehend the power of law. Then, wouldn't they be able to step into the sovereign realm? Although they had many heaven-defying divine artifacts and the ancient castle, they did not have a single sovereign realm expert. If the two ancestors stepped into the sovereign realm, their overall strength would soar several times. Qin Batian smiled and said, "And recently, I comprehended another power of law." What? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Comprehended another power of law? Qin Batian waved his hand and a wisp of flame rose. The law of fire. Qin Feiyang was stunned. I have to thank your master for this. Back in the Black Tortoise realm, we often chatted together. He mentioned a lot about the profound meaning of the law of fire. Qin Batian smiled slightly. That's good. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed and said, Ancestor, to tell you the truth, after stepping into the sovereign realm, if you want to improve, you have to comprehend more power of law. Qin Feiyang explained the situation briefly. So after reaching the sovereign realm, you have to comprehend the power of law. Qin Batian suddenly understood. Qin Feiyang said, so the power of law is the most important thing now. It's also difficult. To be able to comprehend one power of law is already very rare. And to fully comprehend one, it takes a very long time. Not to mention stepping into the peak sovereign realm, you need 6 types of power of law. Qin Batian shook his head. It's difficult, but it's up to us. Besides, we have the time array. What are we afraid of? Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. That's true. Qin Batian nodded, then suddenly frowned and said, speaking of the time array, after you broke through to the half-step invincible realm, why didn't the castle change? That's right. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Didn't the castle still have a seal? Logically speaking, when he broke through to the half-step invincible realm, the seal should also be removed. Back then, when he stepped into the 9th heaven's realm, the time array of the castle changed to 1 day, 1,000 years. So now it should be even stronger. But why didn't the castle have any reaction? I'll go to the castle and ask now. Qin Feiyang immediately got up and ran outside. Qin Batian was stunned, then got up and quickly followed. Where are you going? Do you still want to drink this tea? Mermaid Princess came out with a teapot and looked at the two suspiciously. Qin Feiyang replied without looking back. Mermaid Princess was stunned, then put down the teapot and followed out. In front of the castle. Qin Feiyang looked at the castle and said with a smile, Shadowless, come out and have a chat. No time. The castle's voice sounded. And it didn't use telepathy. Qin Batian and Mermaid Princess also heard it. Don't be so cold. Qin Feiyang was helpless. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. The castle said. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and said, Well, I'm just here to ask about this seal. I knew you wouldn't think of me if there's nothing. The castle looked down on him. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Look at what you're saying. I used to look for you often, but have you ever talked to me? Or is it my fault? The castle asked. No, it's my fault. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. The castle was silent for a while and said, This seal can't be unlocked yet. But Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The castle said, I need one more person. The more Qin Feiyang listened, the more puzzled he became. Besides him, who else had something to do with the castle? You've seen it before. It's the Fire Qilin. The castle said. Fire Qilin? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes, it's the Fire Qilin you met on the Forgotten Continent. The castle replied. What's going on? Why do I need its help? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Although he had always had an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the Fire Qilin, they didn't have much interaction with each other. How did it get dragged into this? You just have to look for it. Or take a drop of its Qilin blood essence, and then fuse it with your blood essence. Then you'll be able to unlock this seal. After the castle said that, it fell silent. Qin Feiyang frowned, turned his head to look at Qin Batian and the Mermaid Princess, and said, What the hell is going on? How would we know? The two were speechless. Fire Qilin. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. Although the Fire Qilin had entered the 3rd floor of the miracle, where it was now, whether it was alive or not, it was still unknown. Where could he go to find it? Besides, now that he knew that the 4th floor was the Sky Cloud realm, it was definitely impossible to go back to the 3rd floor to find it. What he couldn't figure out the most was why it needed the blood of the Fire Qilin and his blood to unlock this seal. Feiyang, do you think this Fire Qilin didn't die in the 3rd floor and also came to the Sky Cloud realm? Mermaid Princess suddenly asked. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and frowned. That's impossible. When it entered the 3rd floor, It didn't even have the cultivation of war god. That's not necessarily true. What if it encountered some fortuitous encounter? Mermaid Princess said. This? Qin Feiyang frowned and looked at the castle. What if the fire Qilin is really dead? You can try. If it's dead, your blood alone can unlock the seal. On the contrary, if you can't unlock the seal alone, then it's still alive. The castle said. Then let's give it a try. Qin Feiyang immediately cut his wrist. It's essence blood, not ordinary blood. The castle reminded. Essence blood? Qin Feiyang was stunned, and then refined a drop of essence blood and dropped it on the ground of the castle. But after a long while, the castle didn't have any reaction. The essence blood also didn't merge with the ground of the castle. Qin Feiyang stared blankly for a moment and frowned. Then this means that it's still alive? The castle responded. Then where is it now? Qin Feiyang's face was full of surprise. It couldn't really be in the Sky Cloud realm, right? Because if it was still in the Underworld King's Hell, then as the current guardian of the Underworld King's Hell, the Fire Python would definitely be able to find it. But the Fire Python seemed to have said that it didn't find the Fire Qilin and Uncle Beast God. Chapter 30:30. If they had really entered the Sky Cloud realm, which continent would they be on now? It would be fine if they were on the East continent. But if they were on the West continent, North continent, or South continent, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Qin Badian said with a smile, "It depends on fate. We can't rush it." All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. Although they had no clue, at least they had confirmed the Fire Qilin's life and death. The three of them returned to the courtyard. Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate and took out an interspatial ring. It was the interspatial ring he had snatched from the giant scorpion. Ancestor, take a look and see if you can break the seal on it. Qin Feiyang handed the interspatial ring to Qin Badian. Qin Badian took the interspatial ring and observed it for a while. After a while, he shook his head and said, "I can't break it." Even you can't break it? Does it require someone at the peak of the undead realm? Qin Feiyang was surprised. There must be something precious hidden in the seal. I'm afraid even someone at the peak of the undead realm might not be able to break it. Qin Badian analyzed. So, it requires someone at the sovereign realm? Qin Feiyang asked. Qin Badian thought for a while and said with a smile, "Let's try it on those incredible divine weapons." Qin Feiyang nodded and looked up at the sky. He shouted, "Sunset Divine Bow, come here." Immediately, with a sound, the Sunset Divine Bow fell from the sky and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. "Come, help me break the seal inside," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Clang. The Sunset Divine Bow released a wisp of divine power and poured into the interspatial ring. Immediately, there was a crisp cracking sound. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up and he immediately dripped his blood to bind it. Qin Badian and the Mermaid Princess were also curious. It actually required the Sunset Divine Bow to unlock the seal. What exactly was inside? After dripping a drop of blood on it, Qin Feiyang sank his divine sense into it. Immediately, Qin Feiyang's eyes revealed a trace of bewilderment. The Cosmos Ring was filled with medicinal herbs, and there were also quite a few pills. Other than that, there was also an alchemy furnace. Qin Feiyang took out a pill. It was a divine life pill with 5 dragon-shaped pill qi, exuding boundless life energy. 5 dragon-shaped core qi. This is even better than the pills you concoct. Qin Badian was shocked. Qin Feiyang nodded and said excitedly, "The owner of this Cosmos Ring must be an alchemist. If it was an alchemist, then he might have the pill formulas for the Shangqing Zhao Hua Dan and the Dragon Phoenix Dan." How so? Qin Badian was suspicious. Because it's filled with medicinal herbs and a pill furnace. After Qin Feiyang said, the pill furnace appeared with a thought. The pill furnace was the size of a bucket, with 2 divine dragons engraved on it, shining brightly. The level of this pill furnace must be extraordinary. Qin Baishan's eyes lit up. Qin Feiyang nodded, cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. Immediately, a stream of information entered his mind. Qin Feiyang also became excited. "What's wrong?" Qin Badian and the mermaid princess looked at him suspiciously. This cauldron is called the Double Dragon Cauldron. It's a 10th level divine level pill furnace. Qin Feiyang exclaimed in surprise. What? A 10th level divine level pill furnace. The two of them looked at each other. This was already a top-level pill furnace. They never expected that an Cosmos ring that they accidentally obtained would contain such a peerless treasure. 10th level, Qin Feiyang couldn't calm down for a long time. If he had a 10th level divine level pill furnace, why would he need an 8th level one? The Sunset Divine Bao suddenly said, since there's a pill furnace, there should be a pill fire too. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and waved his hand, taking out everything in the Cosmos ring. The medicinal herbs were piled up in the hall like a small hill, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. Qin Badian scanned the herbs and said in surprise, I've never seen most of these herbs before? They must be herbs that aren't recorded in the scripture of pills. Qin Feiyang nodded, reached out, grabbed a herb and looked at it. This was a fruit that was completely red. It was about the size of an infant's fist, and its appearance was very strange. It looked like a small hand, and it emitted a faint fragrance. He had never seen this fruit before. Qin Badian also looked carefully and exclaimed, there are 5 dragon-shaped pill chi. The mermaid princess suddenly grabbed a pill and looked at it curiously. This pill was golden in color, as if it was cast from gold foil. There were 5 dragon-shaped pill chi around it, like 5 pocket-sized golden dragons. Qin Feiyang also noticed the pill and immediately went up to take a look. He said in surprise, isn't this the Shang-Qing creation pill? This is the Shang-Qing creation pill? When Qin Badian heard this, he looked at the elixir curiously. That's right. I've seen it in the demonic tower. It's exactly the same. Qin Feiyang nodded. There's even a Shang-Qing creation pill. Who is the owner of this Cosmos ring? Qin Badian mumbled. Don't worry about that first. Let's find out how many Shang-Qing creation pills there are. Qin Feiyang urged. The 3 of them immediately rummaged through it. Qin Badian also suddenly let out a cry of surprise, holding a pill in his hand. Half of this pill was fiery red, and the other half was blood red. It also had 5 dragon-shaped pill chi. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look, and his expression became excited again. What pill is it that made you so excited? The mermaid princess asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang looked carefully for a moment and said with a smile, that's right, this is the Dragon Phoenix Divine Pill. This is the Dragon Phoenix Divine Pill? Qin Badian was surprised. Although the demonic tower didn't sell it outside, Luo Tianshan had seen this pill before, so after reading his memory, he knew what the Dragon Phoenix Divine Pill looked like. Qin Feiyang nodded. Very soon. Qin Feiyang also found a pill that he had never seen before. From Luo Tianshan's memory, he learned that this was a pill called the Tianyang Spirit Pill, which had the terrifying effect of repairing the soul. It was many times stronger than other pills that could repair the soul. Not long later, the mermaid princess found another pill. This pill was called the Yuanhai Divine Pill, which had the ability to repair the Qi Si. Compared to it, the Linghai pill was on a completely different level. In addition, there were several types of pills that they had never seen before. Finally, Qin Badian found an iron box. This iron box was only the size of an adult's palm and was cold to the touch. When he opened it suspiciously, a terrifying cold current suddenly swept in all directions. A layer of frost quickly formed on the ground. Qin Badian was taken aback as he hurriedly closed the jade box. What is it? Qin Feiyang, the mermaid princess, and the Sunset Bao were also shocked. It seems to be a cluster of pill fire. Qin Badian swallowed his saliva. Even he felt a trace of threat. Pill fire. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess looked at each other and immediately went up. Qin Badian took a deep breath and slowly opened the jade box again. A cluster of fist-sized pill fires suddenly entered the sight of the 3 of them. This alchemy fire was completely different from other alchemy fires. It was as if it was condensed from ice, sparkling and translucent, emitting a terrifying cold current. At first glance, it looked like an exquisite ice sculpture. The mermaid princess murmured, "Isn't this also a level 10 divine pill fire? Even if it's a level 10 divine pill fire, I'd still rather have the nether devil flame." Qin Feiyang smiled and reached out to grab the pill fire. His arm was quickly frozen. He quickly recognized it as its master and signed a blood contract. When the blood contract was completed, he immediately controlled the pill fire and withdrew the cold air. He checked the information that came into his mind. Gradually, a wry smile crept onto his face. "What's wrong?" Qin Badian and the mermaid princess looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang looked at the mermaid princess and said, "You really expected it?" "It can't be." The mermaid princess was stunned. Level 10 divine pill fire, ice phoenix flame. Qin Feiyang said, "Not only is there a level 10 divine pill furnace, twin dragon cauldron, there's also a level 10 divine pill fire, ice phoenix flame. TSK. I'm getting more and more curious about this person's identity." Qin Batian exclaimed. "A person who has already fallen, no matter how powerful his identity is, it's useless." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad, you can leave it to Dan Wangkai." A level 10 divine pill fire was indeed powerful, but compared to the nether devil flame, it didn't seem to have much value. Because the nether devil flame was more malleable. It could continuously evolve by devouring pill fire, which was something that no pill fire could compare to. Continue. The three of them began to search again. About half an hour later, they finally found everything. Shangqing Nature Pill, a total of 7. Dragon Phoenix Divine Pill, a total of 10. As for the other divine pills, there were about 500. Naturally, there were too many medicinal herbs. But unfortunately, these medicinal herbs didn't have roots and couldn't be cultivated again. Isn't there the first volume of the alchemy scripture? Qin Batian was suspicious. That's just a rumor. I really suspect that the alchemy scripture in my hand is the first volume of the alchemy scripture that the Sky Cloud realm is looking for. Qin Feiyang shook his head. If that's the case, you have to be careful. Qin Batian warned. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded, looking at the pills and medicinal herbs in front of him, and said regretfully, "It's a pity that there's no recipe for Shangqing Nature Pill and Dragon Phoenix Divine Pill. You shouldn't have any expectations. After all, pill recipes are generally memorized in the mind." Qin Batian smiled. "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded. If it were him, he wouldn't put the pill recipe in the interspatial ring. Mermaid Princess looked at Qin Batian and said with a smile, "Then, old ancestor, why don't you take this Dragon Phoenix Divine Pill now?" Qin Batian nodded, took out 2 Dragon Phoenix Divine Pills, and said with a smile, "I'll go find Jianghu." After saying that, he turned around and left quickly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, "This is the first time I've seen the old ancestor so anxious. There's no other way. There are too many powerhouses in the Sky Cloud realm. There will definitely be pressure." Mermaid Princess smiled. Qin Feiyang smiled, looked at the sunset bow, and said suspiciously, "Are you lying to me?" "Lying to you?" The sunset bow was taken aback. "Absorbing the origin power can let you evolve into a sovereign divine weapon, but you said it can't. Aren't you lying to me?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "What? It can evolve into a sovereign divine weapon?" The sunset bow was surprised. "It seems that you really don't know. I thought you all are omniscient." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "You think too highly of us. Just like the Sky Cloud realm, we didn't know about it before. Don't say these useless things. Can it really evolve into a sovereign divine weapon?" The sunset bow asked anxiously. "That's what Yun Xiang said, but we don't know whether it will work or not. But it should be possible." Qin Feiyang wasn't sure either, because Yun Xiang also sounded uncertain at that time. "It's good that it's possible. I'll go and tell everyone the good news now." The sunset bow was overjoyed and immediately flew to the sky. "This guy." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. "What's the hurry when there's nothing confirmed?" But it was understandable. After all, evolving into a sovereign divine weapon was the dream of every heaven-defying divine weapon. Chapter 30-31. After the Sunset Bao left, Qin Feiyang called Dan Wangkai over and gave him everything. For Dan Wangkai, alchemy was everything. When he took the Ice Phoenix Flame and Double Dragon Cauldron from Qin Feiyang, he couldn't put them down. If it was in the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about the 10th level divine level alchemy fire and furnace. But now, following Qin Feiyang, he didn't have to do anything to get such alchemy fire and furnace. Although so many years had passed, he still couldn't help but sigh sometimes. His choice back then was really right. If he hadn't chosen to follow Qin Feiyang back then, how could he be who he was now? Moreover, he was also very glad that he chose Qin Feiyang. If it were someone else, would they give such alchemy fire and furnace to their subordinates? Impossible. They would definitely satisfy themselves first. Qin Feiyang was such a person. He treated his friends and subordinates better than himself. If there were any benefits, the first thing he would think of was the people around him. On the contrary, he had been neglected and delayed by himself. Dan Wangkai carefully put it away and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Young master, I don't have any other requests now, just the alchemy recipe." "Don't worry." Qin Feiyang faintly smiled and exhorted, "Don't forget to cultivate as well. You must have formidable strength in order to concoct pills." "I know. Look at me now, haven't I already stepped into the half-step invincible realm? And recently, I've been working hard to comprehend the power of law. Don't worry, I won't be a burden to you guys." Dan Wangkai smiled. "It's good that you know." Qin Feiyang laughed. Boom. At this moment, in the courtyard next door, two terrifying auras suddenly burst out. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess looked at each other and hurriedly ran out to look at the courtyard next door. This was the courtyard where Lu Xingyang was. Lu Xingyang lived alone. Of course, even if he was alone, he wouldn't feel lonely. After all, there were so many familiar faces around. In the courtyard, Lu Xingyang and Qin Batin both sat on the ground with their eyes closed. Their auras surged to the heavens. In the meantime, Qin Rushuang, Tentai Li, Xia Yuan, and the other divine generals also ran out of their courtyards and looked at the two in surprise. "Feiyang, what are they doing?" Tentai Li was suspicious. "I just got some Dragon Phoenix divine pills, and the two old ancestors couldn't wait to consume them. They should be about to break through." Qin Feiyang smiled. "I see." Tentai Li and her daughter were enlightened. Xia Yuan asked doubtfully, "Your Highness, what is a Dragon Phoenix divine pill?" "This is a type of pill that can allow an imperishable realm cultivator to break through a small realm." Qin Feiyang smiled. "The imperishable stage also has this kind of pill?" The 54 divine generals looked at each other in dismay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Immediately, a trace of desire crept onto their faces. "Don't worry. I'll prepare it for you. When you break through to the imperishable realm, ask Dan Wangkai for it." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Thank you, Your Highness." The 54 divine generals were touched. They didn't expect that His Highness had already considered them. "We're family. Don't be so polite." Qin Feiyang smiled. These divine generals had followed the two old ancestors and had been fighting until now. They were no longer in a superior and subordinate relationship with the Qin clan. They were close relatives. Therefore, they had to be treated with the best treatment. In the blink of an eye, boom, a dull sound exploded in Qin Batian and Tantai Li's bodies at the same time. Their auras soared to another level. Imperishable realm. "We did it." Qin Rushuang grabbed Tantai Li's hand, her beautiful face full of excitement. Tantai Li nodded. Qin Feiyang and the others also had joyful smiles on their faces. Perhaps in the eyes of the people of the Sky Cloud realm, the imperishable realm was nothing, but in their eyes, it was undoubtedly a qualitative improvement. It could also be said that they were short-sighted. They would not refute it, because in these years in the ancient realm, the strongest person they had seen was indeed only at the imperishable realm. In their eyes, this realm was already too high to reach. In short, in their hearts, the great circle of the imperishable realm represented a watershed. Stepping into the imperishable realm meant that they were not far from the half-step sovereign realm. Ha! Qin Batian opened his eyes and couldn't help but laugh. Lu Xingyang was also full of smiles. He got up and restrained his aura, looked at Qin Badian and said, "If Longzuan knows that we caught up with her so quickly, what do you think she'll think?" "It'll be wonderful." Qin Badian smiled. "You're already proud and complacent?" Tan Tai Li looked at the two and rolled her eyes. "The most important thing is still Fei Yang. He's fighting for his life outside all day, while you elders are hiding in the Black Tortoise realm to enjoy life. Don't you feel guilty at all?" Qin Rushuang also glared at the two of them. Qin Badian said, "He's a young man, isn't this what he should do?" "You still have a reason?" Tan Tai Li glared fiercely. No. Qin Badian hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, "Madam is right, let's continue to work hard and strive to step into the sovereign realm as soon as possible." "That's more like it." Tan Tai Li smiled with satisfaction. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Rushuang mockingly and said, "You seem to be an elder, but I don't see you doing anything." Qin Rushuang's expression stiffened, and she immediately gave Qin Feiyang a knock on the head in annoyance. She was really a professional teardown. Everyone gathered together and chatted for a while, then returned to their homes and continued to cultivate in seclusion. Qin Badian and Lu Jiang also took the Shangqing Fate Pill to the ancient castle to help open the door of potential. In fact, facing the people of the Sky Cloud realm, they still had a great advantage. This advantage lay in the door of potential. Although the Sky Cloud realm had the Shangqing Fate Pill, there were no other pills to open the door of potential. In other words, there were almost no people who had opened the door of potential in the Sky Cloud realm. But Qin Feiyang and the others were different. They had all opened the door of potential. Whether it was comprehension or cultivation speed, they far surpassed the people of the Sky Cloud realm. As long as they were given enough time, they were confident that they could catch up with the so-called overlords of the Sky Cloud realm, or even surpass them. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In these 3 days, Qin Feiyang had been staying at home, enjoying the warmth of home. And the matter of benefiting his descendants that he had been worried about was finally satisfied. Early morning. A sun rose slowly, illuminating the entire Sky Cloud realm. Swish. Above the mountain range, 2 people and a wolf appeared. It was Qin Feiyang, Madman, White-Eyed Wolf. Madman frowned and said, "Wolf Cub, why did you come out to join in the fun? How can I miss out on such a good thing?" The White-Eyed Wolf laughed sinisterly. "I think you've been in seclusion for too long and are bored, so you want to come out and play." Madman rolled his eyes. You know it, why do you have to say it out loud?" The White-Eyed Wolf was speechless. Madman shook his head helplessly and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, asking, "How is Wang Hui preparing?" "Preparing? He is prepared." But what he prepared was not the Shangqing Fate Pill or the Dragon Phoenix Divine Pill, but a killing trap. A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Killing trap? Madman and the White-Eyed Wolf were taken aback. That's right. On the day he returned to Tianfeng City, he called someone called Zhuo Tianxing. This Zhuo Tianxing is the deputy city lord of Wind Sea City. He has the cultivation of a greater success sovereign and also has a high-grade heaven-defying divine artifact. His strength is still very terrifying. Qin Feiyang said. "Wind Sea City? Deputy City Lord?" Madman and the White-Eyed Wolf were doubtful. There are countless cities in the eastern continent. Among them, there are 4 cities that are the most famous because they are all super-large cities in the eastern continent. Each of the 4 super-large cities has tens of millions of people. Not to mention the experts, there are as many as the hairs on a cow. Wind Sea City is one of them. The other 3 cities are Sky Sea City, Cloud Sea City, and East Sea City. Qin Feiyang explained. "I see." The man and the wolf nodded in realization. The White-Eyed Wolf said, "In other words, this Wang Hui wants to kill us while we go to the City Lord Mansion to ask for pills?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "He is courting death." Madman smiled coldly. "I have already lost interest in this Wang Hui. However, we can take this Zhuo Tianxing for our own use. After all, at the Greater Success Sovereign Realm, one has already grasped 4 types of law energies. Such a person, as long as he is given the chance, I believe he will definitely reach the perfection sovereign realm. Moreover, with his help, we can rest easy in the eastern continent in the future. Qin Feiyang said. Then this is a bit difficult. After all, he is not a half-step sovereign. The sunset divine Bao and the others probably can't do anything to him. We need the ancient castle. But the ancient castle won't make a move unless we encounter a sovereign weapon. The white-eyed wolf was a bit worried. Therefore, this is also the problem I am facing. How can we convince this Zhuo Tianxing? It would be best if we don't make a move. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. He was also a bit troubled. What are you afraid of? When the time comes, just activate the slaughter domain. Madman said. The slaughter domain needs enough blood. Last time, when I activated the slaughter domain in the heavenly cloud ocean, I already used up the western region's blood sea. Now, the blood in the blood sea is only enough for me to activate the second stage. The second stage is far from enough to deal with a greater success sovereign. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Therefore, this method was simply not feasible. Besides, he couldn't activate the slaughter domain every time he encountered a problem. The slaughter domain was his greatest trump card. He had to save it for the crucial moment. Moreover, the blood was freely contributed by the black tortoise world's lifeforms. He couldn't waste it like this. Because once the blood was used up, Pai Lupi and Theta Wang would organize everyone to get more blood. Wasn't this treating the black tortoise world's lifeforms as blood donation machines? This brother has a good idea. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up as he smiled sinisterly. Speak. The two of them looked at the white-eyed wolf. They wouldn't believe in a good idea because the white-eyed wolf wasn't such a benevolent person. However, he definitely had a bad idea. Chapter 30-32. The white-eyed wolf looked around and whispered to Qin Feiyang and Madman. When the two of them heard this, they looked at each other. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, I knew you couldn't come up with any good ideas. Isn't this a good idea? The white-eyed wolf was displeased. The madman thought for a bit and laughed. It's a bad idea, but it's not bad. See, even this kid said it's not bad, then it's definitely not bad. The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang looked at the madman and the white-eyed wolf speechlessly and nodded. Okay, although it's not very good, it's the fastest way. Then let's go. The white-eyed wolf smiled. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and opened a teleportation altar. The two men and the wolf walked up. At the same time, the city lord's mansion. In a large hall, a middle-aged man in black sat above. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had a cold face and sharp eyes. Below him sat a middle-aged man. This man was Wang Hui. Wang Hui looked at the sky outside and then looked at the middle-aged man in black and said respectfully, Lord Zhuo, it's about time. We should prepare, right? They're just two half-step immortal realm ants. What's there to prepare? As long as they dare to come, I guarantee that they won't be able to return. The middle-aged man in black said with disdain. But I'm worried that they won't come if they find out you're here. Wang Hui said anxiously. Okay, for the sake of the divine artifact in his hand, I'll suffer. The middle-aged man in black was Wang Hui's savior, Zhuo Tianxing. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Tianxing disappeared from the hall. Wang Hui also retracted his gaze and walked to the main seat above. He looked outside the hall and shouted, Everyone, leave immediately. No matter what happens later, don't come over. There were many guards outside the door. Hearing Wang Hui's words, they all left quickly. After a while, there wasn't even a single ghost in the hall or its surroundings. It was deathly silent. I was just waiting for you guys to come to me. A cold smile flashed across Wang Hui's eyes. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you control me? Naive. However, as time slowly passed, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf still did not appear at the city lord's mansion. At the same time, Molu, in Li Yunxia's study. At this moment, Li Yunxia looked at the two people and the dog suspiciously. Just a moment ago, the two people and the dog had suddenly appeared in her study. Most importantly, he had never seen it before. You are? Li Yunxia came back to her senses and asked suspiciously. Faced with Li Yunxia's questioning, one of the young men smiled and swallowed a face-restoring pill. Soon he changed into another face. Who else could it be but Qin Feiyang? That was right. They did not go directly to the city lord's mansion. Instead, they changed their appearances and came to the demon tower. Li Yunxia stared blankly for a moment before she smiled. So it's you. You must have some matters to discuss with me, right? Qin Feiyang said, I do have a small matter that I need your help with. Go ahead. Li Yunxia smiled. Qin Feiyang asked, do you know Zhuo Tianxing? Zhuo Tianxing? Li Yunxia was slightly stunned. After pondering for a while, she looked at Qin Feiyang and said, are you talking about the deputy city lord of Wind Sea City? That's him. Qin Feiyang nodded. Why are you suddenly asking about him? Li Yunxia looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. It's a private matter. Qin Feiyang smiled vaguely. As the tower lord of the demon tower, Li Yunxia was naturally a tactful person. She knew what to ask and what not to ask. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was being vague, she did not pursue the matter. She nodded and said, I know this person. I've seen him a few times before. Not only is he the deputy city lord of Wind Sea City, he's also very powerful. Then do you know if there's anyone around him who he particularly cares about? Qin Feiyang was curious. Very concerned, Li Yunxia pondered for a moment. Then her eyes suddenly lit up and said with a smile, I remember that he has a daughter. I think her name is Zhuo Shaoxian. He loves her very much. Zhuo Shaoxian, Qin Feiyang muttered. At the same time, the madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other, and a hint of a smile flashed across their eyes. Then is this Zhuo Shaoxian strong? Qin Feiyang asked. How strong can a little girl be? She's probably only at the Nine Heavens realm. Li Yunxia smiled faintly. All right then, senior, please give me the coordinates of the Wind Sea City. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. You want to go to the Wind Sea City? Li Yunxia was stunned. I'm not going there going. Qin Feiyang pointed at the madman and the white-eyed wolf. Li Yunxia looked at the man and the wolf and frowned. May I ask, do you have any grudges with Zhuo Tianxing? We don't even know where the Wind Sea City is. How can we have any grudges with him? We just want to take a look at the big city. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Li Yunxia was speechless. Do you even believe your own words? But she didn't ask any further and told Qin Feiyang the coordinates along the way. Because one teleportation altar couldn't reach the Wind Sea City, they had to pass through many places. Naturally, they needed the coordinates to pass through these places. Qin Feiyang looked at the madman and the white-eyed wolf and said with a smile, remember it, come back quickly, I'll wait for you at the city lord's mansion. Don't worry. The madman and the white-eyed wolf laughed and immediately activated an altar and left. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and changed his appearance and looked at Li Yunxia with a smile. Thank you, senior. You're welcome. Li Yunxia waved her hand, and then seeing that Qin Feiyang was about to leave, she hurriedly said, I've already told Su Yang to go to the demon palace. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and said with a smile, then it seems that the token is really useful. Hearing this, Li Yunxia couldn't help but smile bitterly. Do you know who the owner of the token is? I know. A woman called Chu Yun. Qin Feiyang nodded and then asked, but is this important? Li Yunxia was speechless for a moment. Was it important? Of course it was important. But looking at Qin Feiyang's indifferent expression, she didn't know how to refute. Then this junior will take his leave first. In addition, I came to ask you about Zhuo Tianxing today. Please don't mention it to anyone else. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned around and left the study. What an unfathomable little fellow. Li Yunxia shook her head, retracted her gaze, and continued to busy herself with the matter at hand. Let's talk about Qin Feiyang. After leaving the demon tower, he went straight to the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion covered an area of dozens of miles, with gorgeous palaces, looking incomparably imposing. The mansion was surrounded by a wall that was more than 2 meters high. Through the window bars of the wall, one could clearly see a garden full of flowers, as well as a small stream that was so clear that one could clearly see it. Moreover, the security inside was also extremely awe-inspiring. There was a sentry every 3 steps, and a sentry every 7 steps. The lowest cultivation level of those guards was at the Great Perfection 9 Heavens realm. Thinking about it, in the ancient world, the 9th heaven stage was already considered a first-class expert, but in the Sky Cloud realm, they could only be reduced to a guard. Speaking of which, it was really lamentable. Qin Feiyang observed for a while, then activated the concealment technique, and quietly sneaked into the city lord's mansion. What do you think is going on here? The city lord actually sent away all the guards around him, and he also warned them that no matter what happens, they are not allowed to go over. Is that so? Yes, I just met those guards and they said it themselves. Then that's strange. Do you think it has something to do with the 2 ruthless people who robbed the Su family? Those 2 people are really ruthless. I've been in Tianfeng City for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen someone who dares to come to Tianfeng City openly and rob a family. And it's a big family like the Su family. The most frightening thing is that they actually escaped from the city lord's hands. I think their ability should not be as simple as what we see. The guards of the city lord's mansion were basically discussing this matter in a low voice. Qin Feiyang listened to these discussions and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Withdrawing all the guards, this was because he was afraid that people would know that he was controlled by others. A dignified city lord being controlled by others, that was a very shameful thing. Moreover, Qin Feiyang also didn't hear the discussion about the commander. It was estimated that this news was deliberately concealed by the city lord. After some searching, Qin Feiyang came to a lake. The lake was about half a mile long, and the clear lake water was covered by layers of ripples under the gentle breeze. The lake was also heavily guarded. And just opposite the lake, there was an exquisite attic. The attic had 3 floors, antique and incomparably gorgeous. Qin Feiyang silently walked to the front of the attic. The door was open, and there was a noise coming from inside. "Mother, how long do I have to stay here?" This was the voice of a young man, and his tone was full of irritation. "Don't worry. Your father said that after killing those 2 people, you can go out and play." This was the voice of a woman, full of doting. "Then when can I kill them?" The young man's voice sounded again. "So, just stay here at ease, don't run out on your own." Those 2 people even dared to rob the Su family. It can be seen that they are outlaws. If you meet them again, it will be dangerous. You must be obedient, otherwise when your father gets angry and really imprisons you, then it's useless for me to plead for you. The woman comforted. "Got it," the young man said, his voice full of impatience. "You child." The voice fell, accompanied by a series of footsteps, and a woman in her 30s with heavy makeup walked out of the attic. And in front of the door, there were 2 guards. Both of them had reached the perfect imperishable realm, which was already very strong, but they didn't notice Qin Feiyang standing to the side. "Greetings, madam." Seeing the woman come out, the 2 hurriedly bowed. At the same time, Qin Feiyang silently passed by the woman and went straight into the attic. After entering the attic, he saw a young man in purple sitting in front of the tea table in the hall, his face full of anger. At the door, the woman looked at the 2 guards and whispered, "You 2 have to look after Feng without our permission. He is not allowed to take half a step out of here." "Yes, madam," the 2 respectfully replied. "Feng to be good." The woman turned around and smiled at the young man sitting in the hall, then closed the door and turned to leave quickly. "Damn bastards, I'm locked up here because of them. Just you wait, even if father kills you, I won't let your bodies go. When the time comes, I will chop your bodies into pieces and feed them to the dogs." The young man clenched his fists, his face full of hostility. That's right. This person was the son of the city lord that Qin Feiyang and the woman met in Tianyue Tower, Wang Feng. Chapter 30-33. However, before his voice died away, Wang Feng suddenly felt an invisible big hand grabbing his shoulder. The next moment he appeared in a strange place. Wang Feng was surprised. Now he was in a stone room. The 4 sides were closed and the stone door was also closed. It was very dark. What was this place? Want to chop me into pieces and feed me to the dogs? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. A voice sounded next to him. When Wang Feng heard this voice, his face suddenly changed. Because he would never forget this voice for the rest of his life. Immediately, he turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang next to him. His pupils suddenly shrank and he was instantly drowned in fear. He roared, "Father, mother, save me." Qin Feiyang crossed his arms in front of his chest and did not stop him. He looked at Wang Feng with ridicule. That's right. This was the ancient castle's cultivation room. "Father, mother, did you hear that? Come and save me." Wang Feng shouted desperately. However, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no response. "Have you shouted enough?" After a long time, Qin Feiyang spoke. Wang Feng glanced at the cultivation room and immediately ran to the stone door. However, the stone door was tightly closed. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break it open. Qin Feiyang simply sat at the desk and looked at Wang Feng with amusement. "What do you want to do?" Wang Feng turned around in despair and looked at Qin Feiyang in horror. "Don't you want to chop me into pieces and feed me to the dogs? I'll give you this chance. Now I'm sitting here. Come, try and see if you can do it." Qin Feiyang pursed his lips with a trace of playfulness. Wang Feng heard this and the fear on his face became stronger. He could not figure out how Qin Feiyang sneaked into the city lord's mansion. He couldn't figure out how Qin Feiyang managed to enter his loft. One had to know. Whether it was the city lord's mansion or his residence, they were all heavily guarded. Even a fly could not fly in. But this person could actually sneak into the attic. Could this person be a ghost? "Well, I don't dare," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Brother, no, my lord, please have mercy, don't kill me, it's all my fault. I apologize to you. Wang Feng quivered and immediately knelt on the ground, begging bitterly. "Are you at fault?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Yes. I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. I was blind. My lord, I beg of you, please have mercy and let me go. I'm just a hedonistic scum. I'm not worth your time." Wang Feng cried out. He was extremely terrified. He even dared to rob the Su family so brazenly. What else did he not dare to do? "Indeed, you are not worth my time, but your father is." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He stood up and waved his hand, sending Wang Feng to another cultivation room. Immediately, Qin Feiyang got up and left the castle. He once again appeared in the hall of the attic. He glanced around and then pushed open the door and walked out. The two guards at the door thought that Wang Feng had run out on his own. They were just trying to persuade him, but when they saw Qin Feiyang's face, they were stunned. Wasn't this the ruthless person who robbed the Su family? How could he come out from here? The two of them came back to their senses and hurriedly ran into the attic. Looking at the empty hall, they immediately realized that something was wrong. Qin Feiyang was still standing outside, admiring the scenery of the lake. The two of them immediately ran out and stared at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Where's the young master? Where did you take him?" The two of them shouted and immediately alarmed the other guards not far away. They all turned their heads and looked over. Immediately, each and every one of them turned pale with fright. They immediately swarmed over and surrounded Qin Feiyang. "The scenery here is really good." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Scenery?" The group of guards' faces suddenly darkened. How could he still be in the mood to enjoy the scenery here? "I'm asking you, where's the young master?" The two guards shouted again. "I don't know, he disappeared when I came." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Liar! The young master was still inside just now." The two of them shouted angrily. "He must have been imprisoned by this person. If you don't believe me, search me." Qin Feiyang was speechless. "Do you think we're stupid? How could such a big person be hiding on you? You must have a space divine object. Quickly call the young master out." The two guards couldn't help but have a murderous look in their eyes. Swish! Qin Feiyang turned to look at the two of them and narrowed his eyes. "I advise you, you'd better put away your killing intent immediately." Their pupils shrank. Although they were in the perfection undead realm and Qin Feiyang was only in the half-step undead realm, they were still a little scared. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Let's go, take me to see the city lord. No, let him come to see me in person. After saying that, he took out a reclining chair and lay on it, drinking tea while squinting and basking in the sun, looking extremely comfortable. Looking at Qin Feiyang's actions, the group of guards were all dumbfounded. Did he treat this place as his own home? This was too arrogant. This was simply lawless. Why aren't you going? Qin Feiyang looked at the group of people, looking sleepy, which made the group of guards so angry that they were about to suffocate. They had never seen such an arrogant person. The two guards looked at the person opposite them and said in a deep voice, "Go and inform the city lord." The person nodded and immediately turned and ran away. Oh no, oh no. That ruthless person came to our city lord's mansion and is now lying in front of the young city lord's courtyard, drinking tea and basking in the sun. Soon, the news of Qin Feiyang's arrival spread like wildfire in the city lord's mansion. Regardless of whether it was the guards of the city lord's mansion or the servant maids, they all ran over. When they saw it, all of them were dumbstruck. Was he really drinking tea and basking in the sun? Wasn't this too leisurely? In the main hall. At this moment, Wang Hui was also somewhat anxious. It had been so long since dawn, why hadn't he come yet? Could it be that he had received some news and did not dare to come? But that wasn't right. Zhuo Tianxing had come in secret. Other than him and his trusted aides, no one else knew. Besides, if this person really knew that he had found a savior behind his back, he would definitely use this control-type secret technique on him. What was going on? City Lord, suddenly. A shout sounded. Wang Hui raised his eyebrows, looked at the guard who ran into the main hall, and said angrily, "Didn't I say that no one is allowed to come over? Lord, quickly go to the young city lord." The guard was out of breath. Wang Hui was startled and frowned. What's wrong with him? The guard took a deep breath and then said in one breath, "That ruthless person is now with the young city lord." Ruthless person? Wang Hui was stunned. The guard said, "It's the person who robbed the Su family." What? Wang Hui's expression suddenly changed. Why would he go there? Not good. He would definitely make a move on Feng. Wang Hui hurriedly looked at the void and called out, "Lord Zhuo." Zhuo Tianxing appeared and sneered, "I heard it all. This little bastard really dared to come to the city lord's mansion. How dare he? Lord, now is not the time to praise him. My son might have already been killed by him." Wang Hui was extremely anxious. Zhuo Tianxing glanced at Wang Hui, then looked at the guard and asked, "Then where is your young city lord?" "I didn't see him. He seems to have disappeared." The guard shook his head. Bastard, bastard. Hearing this, Wang Hui was immediately furious. "Take me there. I want to see what kind of ruthless person dares to be so arrogant." Zhuo Tianxing sneered. Good. Wang Hui nodded and immediately ran out of the hall. Buzz. But at this moment, the voice of the divine sound stone sounded. Zhuo Tianxing was stunned and took out the divine sound stone. Wang Hui also turned his head suspiciously. A shadow appeared. It was a young man in his 20s. "Father, where are you?" The young man looked at Wang Hui and immediately asked, looking very anxious. "I'm dealing with something in Tianfeng City. What's wrong?" Zhuo Tianxing was suspicious. "My little sister has been kidnapped." The young man said. "What? Little Xian was kidnapped?" Hearing this, Zhuo Tianxing's expression changed instantly, and he roared, "Who kidnapped her? Did you catch them?" But I heard from the guard that it was a man and a dog." The young man shook his head. "A man and a dog?" Zhuo Tianxing frowned. "And they seemed to be unfamiliar faces." The young man said again. "Unfamiliar faces." Zhuo Tianxing's eyes flashed coldly as he shouted, "Send someone to find them immediately. I'll be back later. You must find them, or I'll hold you responsible." The young man responded respectfully, and the shadow quickly dissipated. "Damn it, how dare you provoke me, Zhuo Tianxing, no matter who you are, I won't let you go." Zhuo Tianxing's face was extremely gloomy. "Sir, what's going on? Someone dares to touch your daughter?" Wang Hui looked at Zhuo Tianxing in horror. Zhuo Tianxing said, "As the lord of a city, it's inevitable to have a few enemies." "That's true. Wang Hui nodded and asked carefully, "Then my place, since you're here, you should first deal with your matter here. Anyway, it's just 2 ants, it won't take too long." Zhuo Tianxing's eyes were full of contempt. "Thank you, sir, please follow me." Wang Hui smiled gratefully, and then rushed toward the lake with Zhuo Tianxing. When the two arrived above the lake and saw Qin Feiyang lying there leisurely, they were both angry and couldn't help but want to laugh. They really didn't know what to say when he dared to cause trouble in someone else's home. "City Lord." A group of guards stepped forward and pointed at Qin Feiyang. They were all seething with anger. Qin Feiyang also looked at Wang Hui and Zhuo Tianxing at the same time. "Weren't you waiting for me in the main hall? Why did you come here personally?" "I was just about to say that I'll see you after I wake up." Qin Feiyang looked at the two with a smile. "Wake up?" When the group heard this, they were instantly speechless. Did he really think the city lord's mansion was his home? That he could sleep whenever he wanted? Zhuo Tianxing looked at Qin Feiyang, and the contempt in his eyes deepened. He asked, "Is it him?" "Yes, it's him." Wang Hui nodded. "Kid, do you know what kind of place the city lord's mansion is? How dare you come here so brazenly?" Zhuo Tianxing looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain. "The city lord's mansion is the city lord's mansion. What else could it be?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "The city lord's mansion is the territory of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. You came to the city lord's mansion to cause trouble, which means you're going against the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Let's not talk nonsense, kill yourself." Zhuo Tianxing looked at Qin Feiyang condescendingly and said in a commanding tone. Chapter 30-34. Suicide. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He retracted his gaze and said with a smile, "Aren't you tired of standing up there and talking? Come down and chat while drinking tea." "Who has time to chat with you?" Killing intent surged in Zhuo Tianxing's eyes, and an aura rolled out. "Don't say that. You really don't have time." Qin Feiyang chuckled. "What do you mean?" Zhuo Tianxing raised his eyebrows. "I've calculated that something bad must have happened in your family, and you're in a hurry to go back and deal with it," Qin Feiyang said. Zhuo Tianxing's heart trembled when he heard this. Wang Hui's face was filled with bewilderment. How did this little bastard know? Qin Feiyang pretended to count his fingers and then smiled at Zhuo Tianxing. "I've calculated again. It should be related to your daughter." Zhuo Tianxing's eyes burst with monstrous killing intent. Qin Feiyang ignored him and said with a smile, "Do you have time to drink tea with me now?" Wang Hui said in surprise, "Lord Zhuo, what does he mean?" Zhuo Tianxing was silent. He landed opposite Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "Don't implicate your wife and children." Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He raised his head and looked at Zhuo Tianxing. He never expected this person to say such a thing. This sentence was indeed a famous saying. But in today's world, who could really do it? Just like the Blood Palace. If they followed this rule, why would they go all the way to Great Qin to snatch his beloved woman? Or the dragons? If she followed this rule, she wouldn't have used Yi Shui and Old Master Yi to threaten his master, Yi Zhong. So, in today's world, these principles could only be said with words. Just like Zhuo Tianxing. If he had the chance to get close to the people around him, wouldn't he do this? Definitely. People's hearts were like this. When they did it themselves, they took it for granted. When it was someone else's turn, they would say something about it. Little did they know. This was just a kind of fear and a display of humility. "Whatever you want to do, I can accompany you to the end, but only my daughter. If you dare to hurt her, I will never let you off." Seeing Qin Feiyang remain silent, Zhuo Tianxing enunciated every word with a gloomy expression. Wang Hui landed in front of Zhuo Tianxing and asked in shock, "Milord, are you saying that he kidnapped your daughter? Do you really believe that he can predict the future?" Zhuo Tianxing said angrily. Wang Hui's neck shrank as he was overwhelmed with shock. Where did this person come from? He actually dared to kidnap the most precious daughter of Win Sea City's Vice City Lord Zhuo Tianxing? Wait a minute. Suddenly, Wang Hui realized something important. Qin Feiyang had clearly come prepared this time. Obviously, he already knew that Wang Hui was in the Castellan Manor. But how did he know? Qin Feiyang glanced at Wang Hui, then looked at Zhuo Tianxing and smiled. Don't be so nervous. Your daughter will be fine. Drink some tea. Qin Feiyang poured 2 cups of tea and pushed them in front of the two of them. The two of them looked at each other, each took out a chair, and sat across from Qin Feiyang. The group of guards looked at each other in dismay. How did they really start drinking? I like peace and quiet. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Zhuo Tianxing understood and looked at Wang Hui. Tell your men to scram immediately. Wang Hui hurriedly nodded, looked at the guards around him, and said, Hurry up and leave. The group of guards fled in fear. They had long wanted to leave, but they didn't dare. Drink, this is the best tea. Even if you are the city lord, you might not have tasted it before. Qin Feiyang laughed. The two of them looked at the teacup and did not drink. What is it? Are you afraid that I'll poison it? You are all Dominator Realm existences. Can poison you to death? Qin Feiyang sneered. That might not be the case. Zhuo Tianxing coldly snorted, looked at Wang Hui and said, You drink first. Wang Hui's expression suddenly panicked. Do you need me to say it again? Zhuo Tianxing's face immediately turned cold. Wang Hui's pupils contracted. He immediately grabbed the teacup, hesitated for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and drank it in one breath. What's going on? Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them suspiciously. Could there really be poison in the Tianyun realm that could poison Dominator Realm experts? In his opinion, Dominator Realm experts were definitely invulnerable to poison. But now it seemed that this was not the case. Otherwise, why would Zhuo Tianxing be so careful? Zhuo Tianxing kept staring at Wang Hui. After Wang Hui drank it, he closed his eyes and looked like he was waiting for death. But after a while, nothing happened. And after thinking about it, this tea was really good. Seeing this, only then did Zhuo Tianxing feel relieved. He put the teacup to his mouth and took a sip. His expression immediately froze. This taste could really be called the best tea. But now, he was not in the mood to drink tea. He was worried about his daughter's safety. See, am I the kind of person who would poison tea? Poisoning tea is an act of blasphemy towards tea. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The two of them were silent. Don't be stuffy. This heavenly deity dew is not something that ordinary people can taste. Come, try it again. Qin Feiyang poured another cup for the two of them. Zhuo Tianxing couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang and ask, What do you want to do? Shouldn't I be asking you this? Why did you come all the way to Tianfeng City? Qin Feiyang laughed. Tianfeng City is under the jurisdiction of Cloud Sea City. Can't I come to take a look? Zhuo Tianxing said. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, Of course, that's not a problem, but is it really like this? Zhuo Tianxing was shocked. Why did he feel that this guy had already seen through his purpose of coming to Tianfeng City? Wind Sea City, Vice City Lord. To be honest, we have no enmity between us. Why do you have to come to kill me? If you didn't come to kill me, then your daughter wouldn't have been taken away. Does this count as you asking for it? Qin Feiyang said lightly. I don't know what you're talking about. Zhuo Tianxing shook his head, but his heart was extremely flustered. He sent a voice transmission, Wang Hui, how did he know? I don't know either. Wang Hui replied inwardly. His mind was also in a mess right now. And you, Wang Hui, I told you to do your job well, so can't you do it well? Why do you have to play such tricks? Look, now your son is gone. If anything happens to him, who's going to send you off in the future? Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Wang Hui heard this and became more and more frightened. He really knew everything. Could it be that this person had been watching him? But that was impossible. After returning to Tianfeng City, he was extremely careful. Every once in a while, he would use his divine sense to scan the surroundings, but he didn't find anything like a spatial divine item. Zhuo Tianxing said in a deep voice, If you came to Tianfeng City because of me, then I can leave immediately. Leave now, and then wait for your daughter to come back and deal with me? Do you think I'm that stupid? Qin Feiyang smiled. Then what do you want? Zhuo Tianxing said angrily. It's very simple. Come under my command. As long as you and I become a family, then I naturally won't hurt your daughter. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Zhuo Tianxing looked at Qin Feiyang in shock and anger. He never thought that this person's ambition was so big that he actually wanted to make him submit. Wang Hui was also quite shocked. Controlling him wasn't enough. Now he wanted to control Zhuo Tianxing. Who was Zhuo Tianxing? Greater Mastery Sovereign Realm, and the Vice City Lord of Wind Sea City. Even in the entire Eastern continent, he was one of the top figures. Making such a powerhouse submit, aren't you afraid that your stomach will explode? Don't talk to me about identity and strength. It's useless to me. I'll give you 100 breaths to think about it. Don't blame me for being unkind, because you provoked me first. I'm already very merciful to let you live. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Zhuo Tianxing was about to use his identity to deter Qin Feiyang, but when he heard Qin Feiyang's words, he took it back. It was obvious that this person was fearless. Even if he used the name of God, he wouldn't be scared. Hurry up and think about it. Qin Feiyang faintly smiled and continued to drink his tea. Zhuo Tianxing's expression was uncertain. From the bottom of his heart, not to mention a mere half-step eternal realm, he wouldn't even be willing to submit to someone stronger than him. But what about his daughter? Leave her to die? He couldn't do it. His daughter was his flesh and blood, and he couldn't be cruel enough to give her up. Sir, if the child is gone, you can have another one. But if you lose your freedom, everything will be over. Let's talk about it later. If you really submit to him and let the big shots of the alliance know, they won't let you go. Wang Hui said telepathically. Shut up. Isn't this all because of you? Zhuo Tianxing was furious and really wanted to strangle this person. Wang Hui shrank his neck and lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Because he was very familiar with Zhuo Tianxing, who was also a ruthless person. If he angered him, he would really kill him. Time passed breath by breath. Zhuo Tianxing's eyes flashed. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll follow you." Great. Qin Feiyang laughed and formed a seal with both hands. A slave seal immediately appeared. Wait, I want to see my daughter first. Zhuo Tianxing hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang said, "You'll see her after you control her." I don't know whether my daughter is in your hands or not. Zhuo Tianxing said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and condensed the figures of the madman and the white-eyed wolf. Of course, they had changed their faces. He said with a smile, "Then you can ask your family if they are the ones who kidnapped your daughter." Zhuo Tianxing glanced at the figures of the madman and the white-eyed wolf and immediately took out the voice transmission stone. Soon, the figure of a young man appeared. Zhuo Tianxing pointed at the two figures and said, "Look, are they the ones who kidnapped your sister?" Yes, it's them." The young man nodded and said, "Father, I don't think I told you what they looked like." "How did you know?" Zhuo Tianxing's face sank. He didn't answer and directly turned off the voice transmission stone. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "So you have a son?" "You?" Zhuo Tianxing immediately glared at Qin Feiyang. As long as one wasn't a fool, one could understand the meaning of these words. If he didn't submit today, not only his daughter, but even his son would be killed. Chapter 30-35. Hurry up, my patience is limited. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Zhuo Tianxing's face was gloomy and uncertain. After a long while, he sighed helplessly and nodded, "All right, I submit." After saying that, he closed his eyes and gave up resisting. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the enslavement seal immediately turned into a ray of light, disappearing into the top of Zhuo Tianxing's head. But at this moment, Zhuo Tianxing suddenly opened his eyes, and two cold lights burst out of his eyes as he roared, "As long as I capture you, I will naturally be able to save my daughter from your accomplices." This is bad. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. This person was pretending to submit, preparing to resist at the critical moment, causing fatal damage to his soul. Following Zhuo Tianxing's resistance, the enslavement seal immediately shattered, and a tearing pain immediately spread out in his mind. Even with his temperament, he couldn't help but let out a painful howl. His consciousness also fell into darkness. "You're still too inexperienced to fight with me." Zhuo Tianxing sneered, stood up and grabbed towards Qin Feiyang. In the nick of time, Qin Feiyang bit his tongue hard, and his consciousness became much clearer. following closely. With a thought, he instantly disappeared without a trace. Zhuo Tianxing was shocked. He immediately released his spiritual sense and scanned his surroundings. He immediately discovered the Black Tortoise realm. However, he didn't know that this was an independent world. He only thought that it was a spatial divine object. This sudden turn of events caused Wang Hui to be extremely shocked. He didn't expect that Zhuo Tianxing was actually pretending to be controlled. He also didn't expect that Qin Feiyang's reaction would be so fast, and he would directly hide in the spatial divine object. Black Tortoise Realm. Qin Feiyang appeared in front of the ancient castle, and his entire body immediately fell to the ground. With his last bit of strength, he roared, "Dan Wang Kai." After obtaining the Ice Phoenix Flame and the Twin Dragon Cauldron, Dan Wang Kai moved to the cultivation room next door, which became his exclusive alchemy room. So, Dan Wang Kai ran in. When he saw Qin Feiyang's condition, his face immediately changed. "Quick, inform the madman and the white-eyed wolf not to go to the city lord's mansion. Also, find the fire lotus and bring her here. Use the Black Tortoise realm and leave the city lord's mansion." Qin Feiyang said weakly. Then, he fell to the ground and fainted. Dan Wang Kai immediately took out a voice transmission stone and sent a message to the mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang had already distributed the divine sound transmission stone he had bought from the demonic tower to everyone. Everyone in the Devil's Land had it. Above a mountain range, the white-eyed wolf and Madman were activating altars and rushing towards Wind City. Madman was holding an unconscious woman in his arms. The woman was about 20 years old. She had a petite figure and wore a long purple dress. She looked extremely alluring. That woman was none other than Zhuo Xiaoxian. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf stopped. Suspicion flashed in his eyes. He took out a voice transmission stone and inserted his divine sense into it. A message appeared in his mind. "Who is it?" Madman asked. "Dan Wang Kai." The white-eyed wolf withdrew his divine sense and frowned. Madman was stunned. Why did Dan Wang Kai send them a message? The white-eyed wolf's mind moved and Dan Wang Kai's figure appeared. He immediately said, "Young master told you not to go to the city lord's mansion." But the mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf were surprised. "See for yourself." Dan Wang Kai turned on the divine sound transmission stone. Qin Feiyang, who was lying unconscious on the ground, immediately entered the vision of the man and the wolf. "What's going on?" The mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf were shocked. Dan Wang Kai shook his head and said, "I was focused on refining pills just now and didn't pay much attention to what happened outside. Seems like it has something to do with Zhuo Tianxing." The mad scientist's eyes dimmed. Dan Wang Kai noticed the woman in the mad scientist's arms and asked suspiciously, "Who is she?" "She's called Zhuo Xiaoxian, Zhuo Tianxing's daughter." The mad scientist said. Dan Wang Kai was confused. "Then why are you holding her in your arms? Aren't you from the Blood Demon Tower?" The Blood Demon Tower ran to the Land of Source a long time ago. The mad scientist shook his head. "Is that so?" Dan Wang Kai nodded and said, "Find a place to hide first. Don't rush to the city lord's mansion." After that, Dan Wang Kai turned off the divine sound transmission stone and sent a message to Fire Lotus. After hearing this, Fire Lotus immediately woke up from her seclusion and came to the castle. Looking at Qin Feiyang lying on the ground, she asked, "How's the situation?" "His soul vessel is shattered. But I've already given him a divine sun pill and he's slowly recovering. His life shouldn't be in any danger." Dan Wang Kai said, "The divine sun pill is a pill used to repair the soul vessel in the sky cloud realm." "What happened? How did his soul vessel shatter?" Fire Lotus frowned. Ever since she handed over the affairs of the Black Tortoise realm to the Big Black Wolf, the 3 Black Leopard brothers, and Pai Lupi, she had been in seclusion, so she didn't know anything about Zhuo Tianxing. "I'm not sure about the details. Now is not the time to discuss this. The young master wants you to control the Black Tortoise realm and leave the City Lord's mansion." Dan Wang Kai said. "City Lord's mansion?" Fire Lotus was slightly stunned. With a wave of her hand, an image appeared in the void. Zhuo Tianxing and Wang Hui also appeared in the image. The two of them were standing outside, their divine sense locked onto the black tortoise realm. Wang Hui said anxiously, "Sir, what should we do?" "Don't panic." Zhuo Tianxing waved his hand and pondered for a while. With a clang, a long black blade appeared. A divine artifact. Wang Hui's eyes lit up. That's right. Zhuo Tianxing had a high-grade divine artifact. Wasn't it more than enough to break open a divine artifact? Zhuo Tianxing grabbed the long black blade and slashed at the black tortoise realm. Not good. Dan Wuxia's expression changed when he saw this. Don't panic. The seal on the ancient castle has been lifted. Not to mention a mere divine artifact, even a sovereign divine artifact or someone like Old Hai who controls the law of space can't break in. Fire Lotus smiled confidently. Back in the Great Qin Empire, Old Hai was able to use the law of space to enter the Black Tortoise realm purely because he was unprepared. Now that he was prepared, it was naturally different. For example, last time in the Heavenly Cloud Ocean, Old Hai wanted to enter the Black Tortoise realm but was forcefully blocked by the ancient castle. I see. Dan Wuxia breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. As expected, when the long black blade slashed at the Black Tortoise realm, there was no reaction at all. What's going on? Zhuo Tianxing was dumbfounded. Wang Hui's face was also filled with shock. What level of divine artifact was this divine artifact that even a high-grade divine artifact couldn't break it? It was also at this moment. Fire Lotus controlled the Black Tortoise realm and suddenly rushed into the sky. "Sir, it's trying to escape." Wang Hui roared. "It's fine, let it escape. Wait until it leaves the city, then I can use my full strength." Zhuo Tianxing secretly sneered. Wang Hui was stunned when he heard this. That's right. The long black blade from before had not recovered. In other words, this high-grade divine artifact had not yet displayed its full strength. Zhuo Tianxing should be worried about the people of Tianfeng City, so he did not use his full strength. As the Black Tortoise realm left, Zhuo Tianxing immediately waved his hand, swept up Wang Hui, and chased after the Black Tortoise realm. One after the other, they quickly flew out of Tianfeng City. Look, it's the city lord. Who's the person next to him? Why does he look a little familiar? Wait. He seems to be the deputy city lord of Wind Sea City, Zhuo Tianxing. That's right, it's him. Back then when I went to Wind Sea City to play, I was fortunate enough to see his heroic appearance. Such a big shot. Why would he come to our Tianfeng City? Look, their expressions don't seem right. Could it be that something big happened again? Many people only saw Zhuo Tianxing and Wang Hui, but not the Black Tortoise realm, so they were all puzzled. However, the news from the city lord's mansion also spread out very quickly. What? They actually ran into the city lord's mansion so brazenly again? This is simply lawless. Could it be that the city lord and Zhuo Tianxing's expressions are so gloomy? Everyone was in disbelief. Molu. Li Yunxia stood in front of the window, watching Wang Hui and Zhuo Tianxing disappear outside the city, her brows tightly knitted together. She naturally recognized Zhuo Tianxing at a glance. She did not expect that Zhuo Tianxing would actually be in Tianfeng City. This time, she roughly understood why Qin Feiyang wanted to inquire about Zhuo Tianxing's situation. Tower Lord, according to the rumors outside, those two ruthless people broke into the city lord's mansion and kidnapped Wang Hui's son. A guard of Mo Lu walked into the study and said while looking at Li Yunxia's back. I know. Li Yunxia nodded. The guard turned around and left. Li Yunxia pondered for a moment and took out the sound transmission god stone. Buzz. Very quickly, Chu Yun's figure appeared. Greetings, Miss Yun. Li Yunxia bowed respectfully. What's wrong? Chu Yun was puzzled. Li Yunxia rubbed her forehead and said, This Qin Feiyang and madman have caused a huge commotion in Tianfeng City again. What is it? Chu Yun was curious. They broke into the city lord's mansion and kidnapped Wang Hui's son. They seemed to have offended Zhuo Tianxing. Li Yunxia was helpless. Couldn't they stop? Zhuo Tianxing? Chu Yun was slightly stunned and asked, Are you talking about the deputy city lord of Wind Sea City? Li Yunxia nodded. They are indeed some troublemakers. They even dare to provoke such a person. Chu Yun shook her head and smiled bitterly. Li Yunxia asked, Miss, do we care about this matter? Why should we care? These years, the people of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance have become more and more arrogant. I have long wanted to kill their spirit. Since this Qin Feiyang has bumped into them, then let them have some fun. Chu Yun smiled. But the Rogue Cultivator Alliance is so strong. Is Qin Feiyang their match? Li Yunxia was a little worried. Don't underestimate this Qin Feiyang. His strength is not as simple as you think. In short, we just have to wait and watch the show. In addition, tell all the nearby demon towers not to interfere. This is a personal grudge between Qin Feiyang and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. It has nothing to do with our demon palace. After Chu Yun gave her instructions, the phantom image dissipated. Li Yunxia put away the divine sound transmission stone and looked out of the window with a trace of shock. Don't underestimate Qin Feiyang. Wait and watch the show. He never thought that Miss Chu Yun would actually say such words. Others might not know Chu Yun's identity in the Demon Palace, but as the Tower Master of the Demon Tower, she was quite clear. To be able to make Chu Yun say such words, she was definitely not an ordinary person. But what was the background of Qin Feiyang? Why had she never heard of him before? Chapter 30-36. Outside the city. With the Black Tortoise world in front, Zhuo Tianxing and Wang Hui went deeper and deeper into the mountains. Zhuo Tianxing's aura was too strong, causing the beasts in the mountains to flee in all directions. About half an hour later, no one knew how far they had gone into the mountains. Suddenly, Zhuo Tianxing waved his hand, and a surge of divine power appeared and shrouded the Black Tortoise world. The Black Tortoise world was immediately trapped in the void. Fire Lotus frowned. Don't worry about them. Qin Feiyang's voice suddenly sounded. Huolian was overjoyed. She quickly turned around and saw that Qin Feiyang had already stood up and was standing behind her. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Feiyang smiled. It's fine. Fire Lotus shook her head and looked at Qin Feiyang worriedly. But I'm fine too. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, however, this lesson has taught us that we shouldn't easily control people with higher cultivation than us in the future. Who do you want to control? What's going on? Fire Lotus was suspicious. It's that Zhuo Tianxing. Qin Feiyang pointed at Zhuo Tianxing on the screen and briefly explained the situation. So that's how it is. Fire Lotus suddenly understood. You have nowhere to go now. Come out immediately if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless and destroying your spatial divine item. At this time, Zhuo Tianxing's voice sounded outside. If you have the ability, then destroy it. Qin Feiyang's voice sounded with a trace of disdain. You still dare to be arrogant? Zhuo Tianxing was furious, and the black blade in his hand suddenly released a monstrous divine power. The surrounding mountains and rivers suddenly began to collapse and sink, as if the end of the world had arrived. Shatter for me! With a roar, Zhuo Tianxing slashed at the Black Tortoise world, and the terrifying sharpness was earth-shattering. However, when the black blade slashed at the Black Tortoise world, it didn't have any effect at all. Instead, the ground below was split open and a huge abyss crack was formed. How is this possible? Not only Zhuo Tianxing, but Wang Hui was also dumbfounded. Even a fully awakened high-grade heaven-defying divine artifact was unable to break open this spatial divine artifact? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang appeared in the void ahead. He looked at Zhuo Tianxing and said, you should know the consequences of your actions. You're courting death. Zhuo Tianxing immediately released his pressure and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang disappeared again. Damn it. Are you a tortoise? Come out and fight if you have the guts. Zhuo Tianxing roared. Before he finished speaking, a young man suddenly appeared in the void. When Wang Hui saw the young man, he immediately rushed forward and held him in his arms. However, he found that he was no longer breathing. Between Wang Feng's eyebrows, there was a bloody hole. Blood was gushing out, and Wang Feng's face was instantly dyed red. Bastard, bastard, get the hell out here. I'm going to tear you to shreds. Wang Hui hugged the corpse tightly and roared into the void like an enraged beast. I've already given you a chance. It's you who didn't cherish it. You go too. Qin Feiyang's voice echoed in the void. Of the next moment, Wang Hui suddenly screamed in pain, and then his whole body fell straight to the ground. Zhuo Tianxing was shocked. He quickly released his divine sense to check and found that Wang Hui's divine soul had been annihilated. What was going on? Could it be that this kind of control secret technique could directly erase the divine soul? Thinking of this, his back couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he wasn't controlled by this person before. Otherwise, he would definitely end up like Wang Hui. Zhuo Tianxing, you also go and collect your daughter's body. Qin Feiyang's voice sounded again. You, Zhuo Tianxing glared at the void. Originally, as long as you followed me honestly, nothing would have happened, but you had to play tricks with me. Then I'm sorry, I can only be a cold-blooded person. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Fortunately, this time the backlash only shattered his divine soul. Otherwise, even with the divine sun spirit pill, he couldn't save him. Zhuo Tianxing was burning with anxiety. If even Wang Hui and his son were killed, then it definitely wasn't to scare him. But if he couldn't break this space divine item, what could he do? Let's talk things over. Other than being controlled, I can agree to any request you have, but please let my daughter go. He gritted his teeth and looked at the void and roared. There's no other request. You must submit. This is your last chance. Your daughter's life and the lives of your Zhuo family are now in your hands. Qin Feiyang said. Don't go too far. Zhuo Tianxing roared. From his tone, it seemed that he wanted to exterminate the Zhuo family. 3. However, the only reply he got was a cold and indifferent voice, like a death sentence. 2. The voice sounded again with a ruthless coldness. What? As the word sounded, Zhuo Tianxing's body suddenly trembled, because he felt a terrifying killing intent in the word. At most, I'll have another child in the future. But you, offending me means offending the entire Rogue Cultivator Alliance. From now on, there will be no place for you in the Eastern Continent. Zhuo Tianxing roared hysterically. The Black Tortoise World. Looking at the crazy Zhuo Tianxing, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. It seems that this person doesn't care about his daughter that much. Fire Lotus muttered. Then what do we do now? Do we really kill Zhuo Shaoxian? Dan Wangkai asked. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then looked at Fire Lotus and said, Go find the ancestor and ask him to bring the madman and the white-eyed wolf in. Qin Batian controlled the space-time laws. As long as the ancient castle didn't interfere, he could enter and exit the Black Tortoise World at will. Qin Batian was not an outsider, so the ancient castle naturally wouldn't interfere. Okay. Fire Lotus nodded and walked to the side yard. A while later, Fire Lotus contacted the madman and the white-eyed wolf and learned their coordinates. Qin Batian immediately opened the space-time passage and brought them to the Black Tortoise World. Is this Zhuo Shaoxian? Qin Feiyang asked as he looked at the woman in Madman's embrace. Yes. The madman nodded. The woman looked sweet and her skin was fragile. However, there was a big bump on the back of her head. Obviously, the madman and the white-eyed wolf had knocked her out. After knowing that Qin Feiyang was unconscious, the madman and the white-eyed wolf were furious. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then left the Black Tortoise World with Zhuo Shaoxian in his arms and appeared in front of Zhuo Tianxing. Xian'e. Looking at the unconscious Zhuo Shaoxian, Zhuo Tianxing's eyes trembled. He said in surprise, Why is she in your spatial divine item? He always thought that his daughter was still outside. Because from the beginning to the end, he didn't see Qin Feiyang's companions come. However, his daughter was brought out of the spatial divine item by this person. Do you still need to ask? As the City Lord of Wind Sea City, how could you not know that there is something called the space-time law in this world? Qin Feiyang said. What? You have mastered the space-time law? Zhuo Tianxing was surprised. Don't worry about that. I'll ask you one last time. Do you really not care about her life or death? Qin Feiyang asked. Zhuo Tianxing was struggling in his heart. When he saw his daughter with his own eyes, he couldn't say such cruel words. How about this? I'll take a step back and give you something in exchange. Qin Feiyang said. What is it? Zhuo Tianxing frowned. 1,000 Dragon Phoenix Divine Pills, 1,000 Shang Qing Fortune Pills, 3 Level 8 Divine Pill Fires, 3 Level 9 Divine Pill Fires, and a Level 10 Divine Pill Furnace. Qin Feiyang said. What? So much? Zhuo Tianxing was dumbfounded. Even as the Deputy City Lord of Wuxia City, he couldn't find so many things in such a short time. Especially the pill fires and pill furnaces. Anything above level 8 was a rare treasure that was hard to find. Qin Feiyang said calmly, It's okay. I don't have much, but I have the most time. Take your time and I'll wait. I promise you. But you must ensure Xiaoxian's safety. Zhuo Tianxing gritted his teeth and stared at Qin Feiyang. Of course. After all, she's my money tree now. How can I hurt her? Qin Feiyang chuckled. Then when I find these things, how can I contact you? Zhuo Tianxing asked. Qin Feiyang took out the Divine Voice Stone. Zhuo Tianxing understood and also took out the Divine Voice Stone. After the two established the contract bridge, Qin Feiyang took Zhuo Xiaoxian and went straight into the Black Tortoise realm. Zhuo Tianxing glanced at the void with a grim expression, then opened an altar and left. He came to Wine City this time thinking that he could get the high-grade divine weapon in this person's hands, but he didn't expect that he would lose his daughter. That's right. He came to help Wang Hui purely because of the divine weapon in Qin Feiyang's hands. In his opinion, this was also a matter that could be easily accomplished. But he never thought that the other party would be so difficult to deal with. Not only did he not succeed, but he also fell into such a difficult situation. If he had another choice, he wouldn't dare to provoke Qin Feiyang even if he was beaten to death. So powerful? Even Zhuo Tianxing can't do anything to him? On a nearby mountain peak, two figures stood side by side at the edge of the cliff, looking at the leaving Zhuo Tianxing with eyes full of shock. The two were the Su family's patriarch and the Su family's old ancestor. They followed all the way here, thinking that they could take advantage of the situation or help to build a relationship with Zhuo Tianxing. After all, he was the deputy city lord of Wuxia City. Who didn't want to curry favor with him? But when they arrived here and saw that even Zhuo Tianxing couldn't break the other party's spatial divine object, they didn't dare to show their faces. Because they were afraid of being targeted by Qin Feiyang again. Even Zhuo Tianxing couldn't do anything to him. If the other party targeted their Su family, then it would be a disaster. Old ancestor, I'm really unwilling. The Su family's patriarch withdrew his gaze and said bitterly. So what if you're unwilling? You and I both know Zhuo Tianxing's status and strength. He even dared to kidnap his daughter, let alone our Su family. We can't afford to offend him. The Su family's old ancestor sighed. But the Su family's patriarch frowned. I know what you're going to say. But let this matter pass. As for the lost treasures, they're all worldly possessions. We can slowly earn them back in the future. The Su family's old ancestor said. The Su family's patriarch nodded, but his eyes were still filled with a cold light. Then let's go back. The Su family's old ancestor waved his hand and opened an altar. The Su family's patriarch's eyes flashed slightly. Looking at the Su family's old ancestor, he smiled and said, You go back first. I'll take care of something. What is it? The Su family's old ancestor frowned. The Su family's patriarch said, Don't worry, I won't provoke them again. It's best if that's the case. The Su family's old ancestor nodded and left alone. Looking at the back of the Su family's old ancestor, the Su family's patriarch couldn't help but snort coldly in his heart. After the Su family's old ancestor left, the Su family's patriarch raised his head and looked at the place where Qin Feiyang was. The coldness in his eyes was not concealed as he sneered and said, Proud of yourself? I'll see how long you can be proud of yourself. After saying that, he also opened an altar and quickly left. Chapter 30-37. The Black Tortoise Realm. Qin Feiyang returned the unconscious Zhuo Xiaoxian to Frenzy. Why are you giving her to me? Frenzy was stunned. You caught her. Who else should I give her to? Qin Feiyang smiled. Isn't that what you want? Frenzy raised his eyebrows. Is that what I want? It's obviously the white-eyed wolf's idea. No matter whose idea it is, you're the one who caught her. You're responsible for taking care of her. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned around and walked toward the attic. I'm only responsible for digging a hole. I don't care about burying it. The white-eyed wolf chuckled and disappeared in a flash. You guys. Looking at Zhuo Shaoxian in his arms, Frenzy's face was full of anger. He had no choice but to carry Zhuo Shaoxian and walk toward his own attic. He had long since had his own courtyard here. Wind Sea City. This was a gigantic city that was dozens of times larger than Wind City. The degree of prosperity was naturally not something that Wind City could compare to. But at this moment, Wind Sea City was in chaos. The various commanders of the City Lord Mansion led the guards and completely sealed off the city. The people who entered and left had to be interrogated. What's going on? All the major city gates have been sealed off. Many people who entered the city were puzzled. You still don't know? The daughter of the Vice City Lord, Zhuo Shaoxian, was kidnapped by a man and a dog. What? This Zhuo Shaoxian is the Vice City Lord's favorite. Although the Vice City Lord has more than a dozen children, he only has one daughter. To him, she's his treasure. Someone actually dares to have designs on her. Isn't this courting death? Isn't that right? However, this man and dog are quite capable. Until now, the City Lord Mansion's people haven't found them. Everyone was discussing. On both sides of the city gate, there were wanted posters for Frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf. But it wasn't their real faces. The City Lord Mansion. In a large hall. Zhuo Tianxing sat at the top of the hall, looking extremely gloomy. Below, 2 guards in golden armor, a stooped red-haired old man, and a dozen young men were standing below, trembling with fear. How long has it been since I left? How could you let Shaoxian be kidnapped? Shouted Zhuo Tianxing. No one dared to make a sound. Zhuo Tianxing looked at the 2 golden-armored guards. My lord, we are guilty. The 2 of them hurriedly knelt on the ground, their faces full of fear. 2 imperishable stage experts at the Great Perfection stage can't even protect the young Mississippi. What's the point of me keeping you? Zhuo Tianxing waved his hand, and a burst of divine power rushed toward the 2. Sir, please spare my life. The 2 of them roared in horror. However, Zhuo Tianxing did not show any mercy and directly killed the 2 of them. The young men could not help but feel terrified after seeing this. Zhuo Tianxing looked at the dozen or so youths and shouted, "Scram!" The youths hurriedly bowed and retreated. They were Zhuo Tianxing's children. He was Zhuo Tianxing's biological son. Even if he was Zhuo Tianxing's biological son, he wouldn't dare to act rashly in front of him. After retreating from the hall, the dozen or so youths returned to normal. All of them were arrogant and looked down on everyone, showing the virtues of a hedonistic son. Do you think Shaoxian will die in the hands of that man and dog? One of the youths asked telepathically. Isn't that better? That's right. In father's eyes, she's the most precious daughter. No matter what good thing he has, the first thing he thinks of is her. If it weren't for father's protection, I would have dealt with her long ago. Then it seems like it's a good thing for us. Of course it's a good thing. If she dies outside, father will naturally start to value us. In the future, won't we be able to get whatever we want? The group was not worried at all. Instead, they laughed in their hearts. This was the kinship of a rich family. In front of benefits, it was worthless. There was only scheming and fighting for favor and power. Inside the hall, only the red-haired elder was still there. Zhuo Tianxing sighed and looked at the red-haired elder. Elder Yu, you're the person I trust the most. There's something I need you to help me with. Sir, please speak. The red-haired elder said. I already know who kidnapped Shaoxian. And I've already met him. But he gave me a condition. Zhuo Tianxing explained the situation in a simple and clear manner. I see. I was wondering why we couldn't find them. It turns out that they have mastered the space-time laws. The red-haired elder nodded in realization. The most difficult thing to deal with is that they have a spatial divine item that even the Black Dragon Crescent Blade can't break. Zhuo Tianxing sighed. If we really want to save Shaoxian, then we really have to listen to him. The red-haired elder said. The Prime Clear Creation Pill and Dragon Phoenix Divine Pill are not a problem. Our City Lord residence has stored a lot of them over the years. But 3 level 8 Divine Pill Fires, 3 level 9 Divine Pill Fires, and a level 10 Divine Pill Furnace. Where can I find them? I'm afraid even Mo Lu can't take out so many at once. Especially a level 10 Divine Pill Furnace. It's already the best pill furnace. Such pill furnaces are basically in the hands of those alchemy masters. Should we ask them for them? Impossible. Those are their lifeblood. No matter how much benefits they give, they won't give it to me. As for Mo Lu, I'm afraid they don't have it either. Even if they do, they won't sell it to us from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Tell me, what can I do? Zhuo Tianxing rubbed his forehead with a frustrated expression. This is indeed a difficult problem. Elder Yu nodded. How about this? You know quite a few alchemy masters. Why don't you ask them first and see what they think? Zhuo Tianxing looked at Elder Yu expectantly. There's no need to ask. None of the alchemy masters I know has a level 10 divine pill furnace. The highest is level 9. For such a pill furnace, other than the Demon Hall, I'm afraid we can only look for the Deputy Alliance leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Because he has a 10th level divine grade pill furnace in his hands. Elder Yu said. Look for him? I don't dare. Zhuo Tianxing hurriedly shook his head, his face full of fear. Indeed. Against an expert like him, let alone Xiao Xian, even you are just a small chess piece. Elder Yu shook his head and sighed. What should we do? Zhuo Tianxing was extremely frustrated. Suddenly, accompanied by a series of hurried footsteps, a guard ran out of the hall and said respectfully, Sir, someone requests to see you. I'm not free. Zhuo Tianxing shouted. The guard shrank his neck and said, This person said that he has a way to deal with the person who kidnapped Mississippi. What? Zhuo Tianxing suddenly stood up and looked at Elder Yu. He hurriedly said, Quickly invite him in. The guard turned and ran back. Zhuo Tianxing walked to the entrance of the hall and looked outside. Elder Yu, who do you think this person is? No matter who he is, as long as he can help save Xiao Xian, he will be our benefactor. Elder Yu smiled. Yes. If he can really help us save Xiao Xian, I will definitely reward him handsomely. After saying that, Zhuo Tianxing waited anxiously. Soon, the guard walked over with the middle-aged man. Sir, it's him. The guard pointed at the middle-aged man and said. Zhuo Tianxing sized up the middle-aged man in front of him and waved to the guard. You can leave first. The guard turned and left. Please come in. Zhuo Tianxing warmly greeted the middle-aged man and entered the hall. He smiled and said, May I ask your name? Sir is too polite. I'm just the patriarch of a small family in Tianfeng City. The middle-aged man hurriedly waved his hand. Tianfeng City? Zhuo Tianxing and Elder Yu looked at each other, and their attitude was even more enthusiastic. People from Tianfeng City must have contact with that person. Maybe there really is a way. Su Yuan greets Sir. The middle-aged man bowed. No need to be polite, no need to be polite. Brother Su, please sit down. Zhuo Tianxing asked Su Yuan to sit on a chair and couldn't wait to ask, Brother Su, do you really have a way to deal with this person? Su Yuan nodded, and a look of resentment flashed in his eyes. He said, Sir, this person also has a blood feud with me. What do you mean? Zhuo Tianxing was taken aback and asked suspiciously. This person not only looted my family's treasury, but also took away all the spirit vein and crystal vein, leaving nothing for us. Sir also knows that crystal vein and spirit vein are the foundation of a family's foothold. Isn't he breaking the lifeline of my Su family by doing this? Su Yuan said angrily. Zhuo Tianxing looked at Su Yuan in a daze and frowned. You wouldn't be a member of Tianfeng City's Su family, right? Exactly. I'm the patriarch of the Su family. Su Yuan nodded. I heard Wang Hui talk about your Su family, but I didn't expect Brother Su to be the patriarch of the Su family. Zhuo Tianxing smiled. As the deputy city lord of Wind Sea City, of course, it was impossible to know a small patriarch. Old Yu said, Brother Su, tell me, how to deal with him? It's very difficult to deal with him. But we can also start with the people around him like him. Su Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Who is around him? Zhuo Tianxing asked hurriedly. Su Yuan waved his hand, and with the surge of divine power, two figures of a man and a woman appeared. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would recognize at a glance that this man and woman were Yun Xiang and the Lord of Tianyue Building. They are? Zhuo Tianxing was suspicious. This man, I don't know, because it was also the first time I saw him in Tianfeng City. But this woman, I am very familiar with her. She is the Lord of Tianyue Building, a prostitute. They seem to have a close relationship with this person. And according to my speculation, they shouldn't be with this person. If Sir can find them, you can use them to threaten this person. Su Yuan sneered. Then where are they now? Zhuo Tianxing hurriedly said. I don't know, but I believe that with the power in your hands, it shouldn't be difficult to find them. Su Yuan said. Zhuo Tianxing pondered for a while and looked at old Yu. Then I'll leave this matter to you. This old man will immediately contact the city lords of all the cities in the eastern continent and ask them to help pay attention. After old Yu finished speaking, he turned and left quickly. Chapter 30-38. After Elder Yu left, Zhuo Tianxing looked at Su Yuan and smiled. Brother Su, if this method really works, your Su family will come to my Wind Sea city to develop in the future. Su Yuan was overjoyed. As one of the largest cities in the eastern continent, the Wind Sea city was naturally not something a small city like the Wind City could compare to. To be able to enter the Wind Sea city to develop, the Su family would instantly rise. This was truly an unexpected surprise. Most importantly, in the future he would be able to rely on the care of this vice city lord. At that time, even if he moved to the Wind Sea city, he would be able to do so smoothly. He really did not expect to have such a huge gain. Because he came to find Zhuo Tianxing purely to take revenge on Qin Feiyang and curry favor with Zhuo Tianxing. But he never thought that Zhuo Tianxing would be so generous to let his Su family develop here. It seemed that the rise of his Su family was just around the corner. However, just as Su Yuan's imagination was running wild, Zhuo Tianxing's gaze suddenly turned cold and said, "But if this method doesn't work, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Heard of it? Su Yuan's gaze trembled and he immediately smiled flatteringly. It will definitely work, it will definitely work. Black Tortoise Realm. The next day, Zhuo Shaoxian woke up from her coma. Looking at the unfamiliar room and lying on an unfamiliar bed, she immediately shivered and quickly looked at the clothes on her body. Seeing that her clothes were intact, she heaved a sigh of relief. She looked around suspiciously. What was this place? The madman walked into the room. Who are you? Zhuo Shaoxian's face immediately turned pale. She quickly got up and ran to the other side of the bed, looking at Madman warily. Because Madman had already recovered his true appearance, Zhuo Shaoxian did not recognize him at all. How troublesome! Madman raised his eyebrows, took a step forward, and slapped the back of Zhuo Shaoxian's head. Don't hit me! Zhuo Shaoxian hurriedly grabbed the blanket and crawled under it, curling up. The corner of Madman's mouth twitched. He lifted the blanket and said, "You are my prisoner now. Whether I hit you or not, is it up to you?" The person who kidnapped me? Zhuo Shaoxian raised her head and looked at Madman nervously. That's right, it's me. Madman nodded. So this is what you look like. Zhuo Shaoxian murmured. He doesn't look so repulsive after all. What's wrong with you? As a captive, shouldn't you be worried about your own safety? You're still in the mood to care what I look like? Lunatic was speechless. He raised his arm and slapped at the back of Zhuo Shaoxian's head. No, no, no. Zhuo Shaoxian immediately covered her head with her hands. Her face was filled with terror. Madman had a headache. He couldn't kill them, nor could he fight them. What should he do? His style was to either kill or get lost. He had never been alone with a woman before. He had never taken care of a woman before. Therefore, he could only knock this woman out again to avoid trouble. Don't hit me, I promise I won't run around. Really, apart from some outrageous requests, I'll listen to everything you say. Zhuo Shaoxian raised her head and looked at the madman with a pitiful face, trembling with fear. Some excessive requests? Madman was stunned and didn't react for a moment. He asked suspiciously, "What request?" Exactly, Zhuo Xiaoxian was hesitant. "Speak!" Madman yelled. "Just don't take advantage of me." Zhuo Xiaoxian shuddered and blurted out. "Ugh!" Madman was startled. His face darkened as he said angrily, "Am I that kind of person?" Zhuo Xiaoxian did not dare to say anything. Madman stared at her for a moment and said angrily, "Fine, I won't hit you, but you have to stay in the room obediently. You're not allowed to go anywhere, and you're not allowed to disturb me. I like peace and quiet." Zhuo Xiaoxian nodded and asked cautiously, "So you won't kill me?" "Why would I kill you?" Madman was suspicious. "Why did you kidnap me then?" Zhuo Xiaoxian was confused. "Hee, to exchange you for treasures, of course." Madman chuckled. "So you're after wealth?" Zhuo Xiaoxian came to a realization. "Can't I?" Madman frowned. "But can you not restrict my freedom? How do you expect me to stay in such a small room?" Zhuo Xiaoxian looked at Madman with a wronged expression. "Why do you have so many requests? Remember, don't even think about running away. We're not outside, we're inside a space artifact." Madman harumphed coldly and left the room. "You!" Zhuo Xiaoxian was about to say something when Madman turned around and glared at her. Zhuo Xiaoxian immediately shrunk her neck and lowered her head in fear. "How troublesome." Madman rubbed his forehead and slammed the door shut, before he went to cultivate in seclusion in the main hall. A while later, Zhuo Xiaoxian finally calmed down as she did not hear anything. She glanced around for a while before walking out of the room and standing on the balcony. There was a small balcony outside her room. Standing on the balcony, she could clearly see the buildings on both sides and the herb field in front of her. So many herbs? She was dumbfounded as she glanced at the boundless herb field. And the energy of the crystal veins and the spirit veins, how pure was that? How many spirit veins and crystal veins were there under the ground? A question immediately popped up in her mind. With so many herbs, spirit veins, and crystal veins, was there a need to be a robber? Even the city lord's mansion was nothing compared to this place. After calming herself down, she glanced at the courtyards and was slightly startled. There were still so many auras here? A while later, seeing that no one was paying attention to her, she returned to her room and took out the transmission godly stone to ask for help from her family. However, she could not find a cosmos ring after searching her entire body. Asshole! How dare he bully a woman, how inhumane! Zhuo Xiaoxian sat on the edge of the bed and cursed Madman softly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed outside. However, 3,000 years had passed in the Black Tortoise realm. After being locked in the room for 3,000 years, Zhuo Xiaoxian could no longer hold it in. She gently opened the door. "What are you doing?" Madman immediately opened his eyes and yelled. Zhuo Xiaoxian shrunk her neck and said timidly, "Well, there's no point in locking me up like this. You have to contact my father." "I've already contacted him." Madman said. "That's not right. Why hasn't my father come to save me yet? It's been 3,000 years. Zhuo Xiaoxian frowned. Madman's eyes were filled with murderous intent when he heard that. "What do you want?" Zhuo Xiaoxian immediately took a few steps back. Madman suddenly stood up and took a step forward, landing in front of Zhuo Xiaoxian. He did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes. "Don't kill me. I promise I won't disturb you again. I'll go back to my room right now." Zhuo Xiaoxian quickly turned around and ran inside, closing the door. She was extremely scared. Madman stared at the door, his eyes flickering. A moment later, he walked out of the room, stood in the courtyard, and yelled, "Qin Feiyang, get your ass over here." Qin Feiyang? In the room on the second floor, Zhuo Xiaoxian was startled. She curiously sneaked to the balcony and looked down. Qin Feiyang's courtyard was not far from Madman's. Hearing Madman's yell, Qin Feiyang dragged the mermaid princess out of the attic. He looked at the furious Madman and said with a smile, "What are you doing? What a beautiful big sister." Looking at the mermaid princess standing next to Qin Feiyang, Even Zhuo Shaoxian, who was extraordinarily beautiful, could not help but be stunned. Madman landed in front of Qin Feiyang, glanced at the mermaid princess, then stared at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, "You're having a great time, hugging your wife and flirting inside all day." Cough cough. Qin Feiyang choked. The mermaid princess also blushed. "Speaking of which, it's been so long. Why hasn't your stomach reacted yet? Old Qin, can you do it?" Madman looked at the two of them mockingly. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He said angrily, "You called me out just to make fun of us? I want to be in the mood too." Madman pursed his lips and said in a deep voice, "We neglected a problem." "What problem?" Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess looked at him suspiciously. "A time array. 3 days have passed outside, and 3,000 years have passed in the Black Tortoise world. If we really let Zhuo Shaoxian out, she will definitely notice something. A time array that takes a day and 1,000 years. If news of this spreads, it will probably attract a lot of trouble." Madman said. Qin Feiyang heard this and could not help but frown. "The most important thing is, who knows when Zhuo Tianxing will gather the things you want? If we wait for a year or so, then it will be hundreds of thousands of years in the Black Tortoise world. I still have to take care of her for hundreds of thousands of years. Don't joke around. I might as well die." Madman was furious. The mermaid princess said helplessly, "Senior brother Madman, isn't it just temporarily taking care of a girl? Is there a need to be so impatient?" "My dear wife, you don't know this. Don't be fooled by our senior brother's usual imposing manner. This is the first time he is alone with a woman. It's embarrassing." Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly. "I see." The mermaid princess nodded in realization. She looked at Madman and said, "Senior brother, then you can treat her as a man." Madman was speechless. Such a big woman was placed there, how could he treat her as a man? What kind of logic was this? Madman said, "Anyway, I don't care. Hurry up and solve this matter." Sigh. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. "Why are you sighing?" Madman frowned. "Senior brother, you don't understand my painstaking efforts." Qin Feiyang sighed. "Painstaking efforts?" Madman was stunned. "Didn't you say it when we went to the Tianyue building last time? You are still single, so I asked you to take care of Zhuo Shaoxian. This is to create an opportunity for you. Look, this Zhuo Shaoxian has the talent and the figure. Let's talk about her identity. As the daughter of the deputy city lord of Wind Sea City, her identity is not low. She is more than enough for you." Qin Feiyang smiled. The corner of Madman's mouth twitched non-stop as he said angrily, "Are you crazy? Let's not talk about whether I will like her or not. Even if she is Zhuo Tianxing's daughter, that is impossible." "Is this a problem?" "No." Alright, hurry up and go back. Take good care of her. Whether the Netherworld Devil Flame can be upgraded to the 10th level, and whether I can get a 10th level divine rank pill furnace, it all depends on you." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Madman glared at Qin Feiyang and turned back to his courtyard angrily. The mermaid princess retracted her gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Are you really creating an opportunity for him? How is that possible?" "I just don't want to get into trouble." Qin Feiyang chuckled. The mermaid princess was stunned, and then she couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and muttered to himself. Madman's words were indeed a problem. The time array of a day and 1,000 years could not be easily leaked out. Chapter 3039. Why don't they look like bad people? Zhuo Shaoxian, who was hiding on the balcony, looked at Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess with suspicion in her eyes. Madman stood in the courtyard and raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at the balcony and said, "Have you seen enough?" Zhuo Shaoxian's body stiffened. She stood up and looked at Madman. She smiled obsequiously and said, "You found out. Do I look like a fool to you?" Madman said angrily. Zhuo Shaoxian laughed dryly. Like a thief, she turned around and slipped into the room guiltily. "My head hurts." Madman rubbed his forehead. In the blink of an eye. Half a month passed. Half a month outside was 15,000 years in the Black Tortoise world. 15,000 years was equivalent to hundreds of generations in the mortal world. Zhuo Xiaoxian seemed to have gotten used to life in the black tortoise world. She no longer complained about contacting her family. In the end, she even slowly integrated into everyone's circle of life. When she had time, she even helped Madman clean the courtyard. Madman was not used to it at first, but gradually he seemed to have gotten used to having such a person. Later, Madman also allowed her to leave the room and move around the courtyard. Even so, Zhuo Xiaoxian was very happy. She spent all day tending to the flowers and plants in the courtyard. With her help, the courtyard was neat and tidy every day. This morning, Madman's nose twitched. He smelled a very fragrant smell. He stood up suspiciously and followed the fragrance into the backyard. He found Zhuo Xiaoxian washing vegetables and cooking. Madman felt an inexplicable sense of enjoyment as he watched the back of the figure busying up and down in front of the stove. He did not make a sound. He leaned against the door frame, crossed his arms, and looked at Zhuo Xiaoxian quietly. After a while, he shook his head, retracted his gaze, and silently turned to leave. After a while, Zhuo Xiaoxian walked out of the backyard with a few side dishes and a small pot of millet. She placed them neatly on the stone table in the courtyard. Looking at the fragrant and delicious side dishes, Zhuo Xiaoxian seemed to be impressed by her culinary skills and was very satisfied. She looked at Madman and said with a smile, "Come out and eat." Madman walked out with his hands behind his back. He looked at the dishes on the table and frowned. "Can this be eaten?" Zhuo Xiaoxian said, "You'll know if it's edible or not after you try it." Madman glanced at Zhuo Xiaoxian suspiciously. He then sat down at the table, picked up his chopsticks, picked up a piece of vegetable, and put it into his mouth. Immediately, his expression froze. The taste was not bad. "How is it?" Zhuo Xiaoxian looked at Madman expectantly, like a little girl waiting to be praised. "Nothing much." Madman pursed his lips. "You clearly look like you're delicious." Zhuo Xiaoxian murmured unhappily. "What haven't I eaten before? How can this simple meal satisfy my appetite?" Madman's face was full of disdain. "Then don't eat it." Zhuo Xiaoxian dodged the chopsticks in the lunatic's hand. "Look at my temper. Do you know whose territory this is?" Madman glared fiercely. Zhuo Xiaoxian smiled embarrassedly and gave the chopsticks back to lunatic. Madman took a sip of the millet porridge. It was sweet and tasty, crispy and chewy. It was really not bad. He looked up at Zhuo Xiaoxian, who was sitting opposite him, and frowned. "I say, why don't you know how to cultivate? What's so good about cultivation?" Zhuo Xiaoxian lowered her head and said as she ate, "Isn't cultivation good?" Madman was stunned. "Not good." Zhuo Xiaoxian shook her head, still lowering her head. There was a trace of sadness in her eyes, as if she thought of something sad. But Madman looked at her curiously. Zhuo Xiaoxian was silent for a long time, then shook her head and said, "Nothing." "What a strange woman." Madman shook his head. "You're the strange one." Zhuo Xiaoxian pouted. Madman was stunned. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and frowned. "You have to make yourself clear. How am I strange?" "It's true. You're not a bad person. Why do you always pretend to be fierce?" Zhuo Xiaoxian lowered her head, looking timid. It was quite pitiful. "I'm pretending?" Madman was stunned. Who wasn't afraid of him in the Nine Heavens Palace? Not to mention the disciples of the Nine Heavens Palace, even the sea beasts of the heavenly cloud ocean would treat him like a demon. Zhuo Xiaoxian gathered her courage and looked at Madman. "You kidnapped me for money? What else?" Madman continued to eat. "But you don't lack money at all. Look at the herbs you have here. You can sell any of them for a high price. And the spirit veins and crystal veins here are much more than the city lord's mansion." Zhuo Xiaoxian was confused. "Of course we can't buy what we want." Madman said calmly. "What is it?" Zhuo Xiaoxian was curious. "Why are you so talkative? Hurry up and eat. After that, clean the house." Madman glared at her. At this moment, someone walked out of the house next door. He looked at Madman and Zhuo Xiaoxian and smiled ambiguously. "Little Madman, not bad. There's breakfast." That person was Xia Yuan. Although they rarely went out, They already knew that Madman had a woman in his house. What's with that look? Madman looked at Xia Yuan unhappily. See for yourself. With a hearty laugh, Xia Yuan turned and strode towards Qin Baishan's courtyard. What's wrong? Madman mumbled. Zhuo Shaoxian glanced at Xia Yuan's back, then looked at Madman and asked suspiciously, why does everyone call you Little Madman? Don't you have a name? Shut up. Madman glared again. Fine, I won't say it. Why are you being so fierce? Zhuo Shaoxian pouted. Little Madman, eat it. It looks delicious. Another divine general passed by the house and chuckled. Madman's face darkened. He slammed the stone table and stood up angrily. Can't you let me have breakfast in peace? Fine, fine, fine. Go on, go on. The divine general turned around and left with a smile. Martial Uncle Madman, let me try it too. Soon. Another young man ran over. He was very thick-skinned and directly went to Madman's side. This person was Wang Xiaojie. Get lost. Madman's veins bulged. Don't be so stingy. Wang Xiaojie did not care so much. He sat at the side and looked at Zhuo Shaoxian. He chuckled and said, Martial Ant, give me a bowl. Zhuo Shaoxian was stunned. Madman also froze on the spot. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Wang Xiaojie glanced at the two, ran into the backyard, and ran out with a bowl and chopsticks. He sat next to Madman and started eating. Not bad, not bad. Martial Ant, I really didn't expect that a rich young lady like you would be so good at cooking. Martial Uncle Madman, what are you waiting for? If you don't eat, there won't be any left. As he ate, he continued to nag. Madman's face darkened. He slapped him and said angrily, Can you shut up? That's right. There's so much food, but it can't stop your mouth. At this moment, two more uninvited guests came. They were Long Tianyu and Qin Qin. Long Tianyu had been staying in the Black Tortoise realm. He used to live with the Beast Emperor, but after the Beast Emperor left, he lived with Wang Xiaojie and Qin Qin. Brother Madman, sister-in-law Shaoxian, I hope I didn't disturb you. Long Tianyu looked at Madman and Zhuo Shaoxian and asked. First, it was Martial Ant, and now it was sister-in-law. Zhuo Shaoxian could not hold it in any longer. Madman's expression became even uglier. He looked at Wang Xiaojie, then at Long Tianyu, and finally at Qin Qin. What was going on today? Why did all those people who usually did not go out and were immersed in cultivation come out today? Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Xiaojie and the other two. He asked, Did you guys plan this? Plan? The three of them were stunned. Madman said in a deep voice, Otherwise, why did you guys come out? We've been cultivating for too long. Can't we come out for some fresh air? Martial Uncle, when did you become so stingy? We just freeloaded your breakfast. Is there a need to be like this? Look, Martial Ant didn't say anything. Wang Xiaojie looked wronged. Shut up. Madman grabbed Wang Xiaojie and angrily transmitted his voice. Kid, if you dare to say another word, I will tear your mouth apart. Wang Xiaojie nodded his head and finished the millet porridge in his bowl. He stood up and said, I'm full, I'm full. Brother Qin, let's go around. All right. Long Tianyu and Qin Qin nodded. The three of them ran out. Wang Xiaojie suddenly turned to look at Zhuo Shaoxian and chuckled, Martial Ant, we will all come to freeload tomorrow morning. Please prepare more. Scram. Madman roared. Seeing that the situation was bad, Wang Xiaojie and the other two shrunk their necks and immediately fled in panic. Zhuo Shaoxian's face was flushed red. Too naughty. I'll teach them a lesson another day. Madman looked at Zhuo Shaoxian and laughed. But just as he finished speaking, his expression froze. Was there a need to explain to this woman? What the hell? Zhuo Shaoxian lowered her head and only cared about eating. She did not say a word, but her eyes would occasionally glance at Madman. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Madman was a little uncomfortable. In order to break the awkward atmosphere, he asked suspiciously, Speaking of which, as Zhuo Tianxing's daughter, why do you know how to cook? In your eyes, born in a wealthy family, should you open your mouth and open your mouth? Zhuo Shaoxian was displeased. Isn't that so? Madman was stunned. Some people are, some people aren't. I like to cook. Because only by sitting at the dining table and eating with my family can I feel like a family. Zhuo Xiaoxian pondered for a while and lowered her head. What do you mean? Madman's face was full of suspicion. Nothing. Zhuo Xiaoxian shook her head and lowered her head to eat for a while. Suddenly, she looked around and said strangely, I like it here very much. And there was a sincere smile on her face. The more Madman listened, the more confused he became. What a strange woman. If you like it here, then stay here. At this moment, the mermaid princess walked over and smiled. Sister-in-law. Zhuo Xiaoxian hurriedly got up and ran toward the mermaid princess. Over the years, the mermaid princess often came to talk to her, so the two of them had a good relationship. And she had a good impression of Zhuo Xiaoxian. Because she did not see any of the characteristics of a rich young lady in Zhuo Xiaoxian, such as arrogance, spoiled, or willfulness. Instead, she was more like a cute girl next door. Let's go out for a walk. The mermaid princess smiled. Zhuo Xiaoxian nodded. Hey, do you think I'm not here? I told you that you can only move around in the courtyard. Madman hurriedly shouted. Eat your food. The mermaid princess glared at him and pulled Zhuo Xiaoxian away. Madman was speechless. Why was this woman so troublesome? Chapter 30-40. At the same time, Qin Feiyang knocked on the door of the mermaid princess and Zhuo Xiaoxian as he walked towards the courtyard of the lunatic. The lunatic also saw Qin Feiyang and walked out of the courtyard. Hence, the two of them stood together and looked at the back view of the two women in puzzlement. Senior brother, what is going on? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. I want to ask you the same question. The lunatic rolled his eyes. There is a problem. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have noticed something. He looked toward the tea garden on the left and saw Wang Xiaojie and the other two hiding in the tea garden furtively. He did not know what they were mumbling about. These three lads must know something. Qin Feiyang muttered. The lunatic looked at the three of them and shouted, All of you, get over here right now. The three of them were slightly stunned and looked toward Qin Feiyang and Zhuo Xiaoxian. Wang Xiaojie asked suspiciously, Uncle Master, are you talking to us? What do you think? The lunatic stared at him with ill intentions. The three of them looked at each other and immediately ran toward their own courtyard. Indeed, you have a guilty conscience. The lunatic sneered and took a step forward. He grabbed the three of them and returned to Qin Feiyang's side. Tell me, what do you know? Qin Feiyang said. What and what? We don't know anything. Wang Xiaojie shook his head quickly. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Shen. Qin Shen lowered his head to hide the panic on his face. It seems that if I don't use my true strength, I won't be able to get you to speak the truth. The lunatic rolled up his sleeves, rubbed his palms and laughed. Thought. I'll talk. Wang Xiaojie waved his hands quickly and said with a bitter expression, This is your wife's idea. Qin Feiyang and the lunatic looked at each other and asked suspiciously, What do you mean? It means that, Wang Xiaojie gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Feiyang. Your wife wants to matchmake Uncle Master Lunatic and Zhuo Xiaoxian. Ugh! Qin Feiyang and Qin Feng were dumbfounded. Madman continued, So you're saying that she was the one who ordered you to come here and cause trouble? Wang Xiaojie nodded and hurriedly explained, Mistress is also kind. Seeing that you have been alone for so many years, she wants to find a woman to take care of you. The madman's face was dark as he glared at Qin Feiyang. Tell me honestly, did you participate? I swear to God I didn't. Qin Feiyang said hurriedly. Really? Madman's face was full of disbelief. Really? Qin Feiyang smiled wryly and said, Maybe it's because I joked last time that I was creating an opportunity for you. So, the speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Nonsense. Madman was speechless. Martial uncle, mistress's foresight is not bad. Since she wants to matchmake you too, it means that this Zhuo Xiaoxian must be a good woman. Why don't you just give in? Wang Xiaojie chuckled. Piss off. Madman's face was immediately filled with anger. I was waiting for you to say that. All right, you two have a good chat. We'll leave right away. Wang Xiaojie snickered and immediately called Long Tianyu and Qin Shen to flee. You little brat. Qin Feiyang laughed and looked at the mermaid princess and Zhuo Shaoxian again. He chuckled and said, Senior brother, why don't you give in? Give in my ass. Madman glared at Qin Feiyang in annoyance before returning to his courtyard to continue eating. To be honest, I'm also quite anxious about your marriage. Qin Feiyang followed him and said with a smile. I'm not in the mood to think about that now. I just want to figure out the mystery of my birth. Madman shook his head. If you're not in the mood to think about it, then why are you talking to me? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. He sniffed the remaining dishes on the table and said in surprise, This smells good. You don't say. I'm a little surprised about this. Tell me, how can a rich young lady like her be so good at cooking? Madman was curious. Don't you know how to ask her? Qin Feiyang was speechless. I did, but she didn't say. She only said that she likes to cook. She also said that only by eating with her family at the dining table can she feel like a family. She also said that she likes this place very much. I really don't understand. Madman shook his head. She really said that? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Madman nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile, It seems that she doesn't have a good life at home. She likes this place because it's peaceful and quiet. You mean that there's a lot of scheming in her family? Madman was suspicious. Any rich family like her can't avoid scheming. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. It seems that she has a story too. Madman muttered. I guess there are a lot of stories. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Aside, in this half a month, Wind City could be said to be extremely lively. The death of Wang Hui and Wang Feng had spread. The entire city lord's mansion was looking for Qin Feiyang and Madman. The one who publicized this matter was naturally Su Yuan, because at that time, he saw Wang Hui and his son being killed with his own eyes. As for the old ancestor of the Su family, he had really given up on revenge and had been reminding Su Yuan. Su Yuan agreed verbally, but he didn't care in his heart. At the same time, Wind City. City Lord's mansion, in the main hall. Elder Yu hurriedly entered the main hall, looked at Zhuo Tianxing above, and said with a smile, Lord, I have found the whereabouts of these two people. Zhuo Tianxing suddenly stood up, and a cold light surged in his eyes. Cloud Sea City. Elder Yu smiled. They really are quite bold. They actually dared to head to Ocean of Cloud City openly. Zhuo Tianxing was surprised. Not only that, they also opened a restaurant called Heavenly Joy Building in Cloud Sea City. Today is the official opening day. Earlier, the guards of the city lord's estate unintentionally passed by Heavenly Joy Building. As soon as they saw them, they immediately sent a voice transmission to me. Elder Yu smiled. Opening? That's a good thing. I'll personally go congratulate them. Zhuo Tianxing laughed coldly, and then he activated a legendary altar and walked up it. Elder Yu followed behind him. Cloud Sea City. As one of the largest cities in the eastern continent, it was equally famous as Wind City, and its scale was exactly the same as Wind City. On a certain street in the city, the sound of gongs and drums resounded, and crowds of people were piled up into mountains. It was extremely bustling. Surprisingly, there was an ancient-style restaurant at the side. Everything was brand new, and it was covered in red flowers and filled with joy. At the entrance of the restaurant, a group of attendants stood side by side hurriedly. A man and a woman were standing right in front of them. The man wore a fitting black robe, had a tall figure, and an extraordinary appearance. The woman was tall, wore a white dress that was purer than snow, and her face was covered by a veil that covered her face below her eyes. However, it wasn't difficult to discern that she was a peerless beauty through her lively eyes and tender skin. That's right. The two of them were Yun Xiang and the Tower Master of Tianyue Tower. Today is the opening day of Tianyue Tower. All the dishes are 50% off, and we've also prepared the supreme-grade wine, Drunken Immortal, for everyone to taste for free. If you're satisfied, I hope that everyone will visit us more often in the future. Yun Xiang looked at the crowd in front of him and laughed heartily. Drunken Immortal? Is it really a supreme-grade wine? Someone immediately asked. How can it be fake? You'll know once you try it. Yun Xiang smiled. All right, I'll go try it. Me too. Many people rushed into Tianyue Tower. Welcome the guests. With Yun Xiang's shout, the attendants standing at the entrance immediately got busy. The woman looked at the customers entering Tianyue Tower, and a smile appeared on her face. She looked at Yun Xiang and said, Big brother Yun, thank you. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to take care of everything in just half a month by myself. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Yun Xiang waved his hand, and then said, but from now on, don't play the zither anymore, lest you cause criticism. The woman nodded, then pondered for a while and said worriedly, I wonder how they are now. Them? Yun Xiang was stunned. The woman said, Qin Dage and Big Brother Mo. Yun Xiang smiled and said, Heaven helps the good. Don't worry about them. After all, they helped me. How can I not worry? The woman shook her head. Yun Xiang's eyes flashed slightly, and he said with a smile, All right, hurry up and greet the guests. The woman nodded. Get out of the way. But at this moment, a cold shout came from behind the crowd. Everyone turned around and their pupils immediately shrank. They saw a group of guards walking over. Behind the guards, there was a middle-aged man and a red-haired old man. It's the guards of the City Lord Mansion. What are they doing here? Wait, that middle-aged man seems a little familiar. I remember now. He's the Deputy City Lord of Wind Sea City, Zhuo Tianxing. Why is he here at Tianyue Tower? Everyone retreated to the side. Yun Xiang and the woman looked at each other. There was a trace of suspicion in their eyes, and then they hurriedly went forward. I didn't expect Lord Zhuo of Wind Sea City to come to my Tianyue Tower in person. This is really an honor for my Tianyue Tower. Quickly come in, Yun Xiang said with a smile. Zhuo Tianxing looked at the two of them and said, What are your names? Yun Xiang. Yun Xiang smiled, then pointed at the woman, hesitated, and said, This is my little sister. Then do you know them? Zhuo Tianxing waved his hand, and Qin Feiyang and the madman's phantoms immediately appeared. The two of them were surprised. I'm asking you, do you know them? A guard shouted impatiently. Yes, we've met once. Yun Xiang quickly nodded. Just once? A cold light flashed in Zhuo Tianxing's eyes. Yun Xiang's heart trembled, and he asked suspiciously, May I ask, what do you mean by that? Follow me. Zhuo Tianxing didn't answer and directly opened an altar. Where are we going? Yun Xiang and the woman looked at Zhuo Tianxing suspiciously. The guard shouted, If I tell you to go, then go. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Brother Yun, they don't seem to have good intentions. The woman transmitted her voice. It's okay. Yun Xiang comforted and said with a smile, Little sister, I'll go with Lord Zhuo. You take care of the restaurant. She's going too, Zhuo Tianxing said. She's going too? Yun Xiang frowned. Zhuo Tianxing nodded. No, Lord Zhuo, what did we do wrong? Yun Xiang looked at Zhuo Tianxing with a puzzled face. Boom. But what answered him was a terrifying pressure. Zhuo Tianxing looked at the two with a gloomy face and said, I don't want to say it again. Good. Yun Xiang nodded, walked to a waiter, and said a few words. Then, he brought the woman to Zhuo Tianxing's side. Elder Yu waved his hand and opened an altar. Zhuo Tianxing looked at the guards and said with a smile, Tell the two city lords that I thank them for their help. After I'm done with the matter at hand, I'll personally come and thank them. Lord Zhuo, take care. The guards nodded and bowed to send him off. Let's go. Zhuo Tianxing glanced at Yun Xiang and stepped on the altar. Yun Xiang and the woman looked at each other and silently walked up. Elder Yu followed closely behind, and the four of them quickly disappeared. Chapter 3041. Wind Sea City. The City Lord's Mansion. When he brought Yun Xiang and the woman back to the main hall, Zhuo Tianxing sat on the chair above and looked down at them. Elder Yu stood beside the two of them, not saying a word. Yun Xiang looked at Zhuo Tianxing suspiciously and asked, My lord, what's going on? Don't you know what's going on? Zhuo Tianxing said gloomily. Yun Xiang and the woman looked at each other and said, We really don't know, please tell us. Zhuo Tianxing looked at the two, and his expression became more and more gloomy. Suddenly, he looked at Elder Yu beside him. Elder Yu immediately made a move and slapped at their Qi Ocean. What are you doing? Yun Xiang was always vigilant. When he saw Elder Yu's move, he immediately retreated with the woman. Elder Yu snorted and rushed forward like lightning, directly slapping on their Qi Ocean. Accompanied by a miserable groan, their Qi Ocean shattered on the spot. Lord Zhuo, Yun Xiang glared at Zhuo Tianxing. The woman's eyes were also filled with anger. Shut him up. Zhuo Tianxing said. Elder Yu immediately released his aura and firmly restrained the two. Immediately after, Zhuo Tianxing took out the divine voice stone. Black Tortoise World. In the attic, Qin Feiyang looked at the mermaid princess and asked suspiciously, why do you really want to matchmake Zhuo Shaoxian in Frenzy? Zhuo Shaoxian is a good girl. It's Frenzy's fortune to be able to marry her. Mermaid princess said. How do you know she's a good girl? Qin Feiyang looked at her in shock. I've often chatted with her over the years, so I naturally have some understanding of her personality. And I also know about her family situation. Mermaid princess smiled. What's the situation? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Although she's deeply doted on by Zhuo Tianxing in the Zhuo family, it's also because of this that her dozen or so half-brothers are very uncomfortable. They even tried to find opportunities to get rid of her many times. She knows all of this, but because she cares too much about her family and kinship, she has never told her father. She has been enduring it silently. She hopes that one day she can use this sincerity to move them. That's why she said she liked it here. Because here, she didn't see any scheming or scheming. We're not a family, but we're better than a family. The mermaid princess sighed. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded, then frowned and said, but she is Zhuo Tianxing's daughter. So what? As long as the two of them find each other pleasing to the eye, this is not a problem. The mermaid princess shook her head. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, why do I feel that you have the aptitude to be a matchmaker? I'm just thinking for senior brother Crazy. He's been alone for so many years. How pitiful. Actually, you should know that Madman also yearns for a relationship. The mermaid princess said. His adoptive father died early, so he only has the first elder as his family. And the first elder is busy with the affairs of the Nine Heavens Palace, so it's hard for him to take care of Madman. That's why he's so reclusive. Qin Feiyang nodded. So, as long as there's even the slightest possibility, we have to help him. I've also asked around. Zhuo Shaoxian seems to have a good impression of Madman. The mermaid princess smiled. It can't be. With Madman's attitude, how can a woman have a good impression of him? Qin Feiyang was shocked. He couldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. It's true. Although Madman always has a fierce attitude, she told me that she can see that Madman's heart is not bad. The mermaid princess said. Then her eyesight is not bad. Senior brother Crazy is a person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Qin Feiyang smiled. After being together for so many years, how could he not understand Madman? He looked cold on the outside, but his heart was filled with justice. He was also very loyal to his friends. For example, during those years in the ancient world, he took care of him a lot. Later, when he fought with the dragons, he also sacrificed himself. Could be said that Madman was the person he admired the most. It was just that this matter was a bit difficult to solve. First of all, Madman's attitude toward Zhuo Shaoxian. Did he have this intention? Then there was Zhuo Tianxing. Even if Madman and Zhuo Shaoxian had a good impression of each other, Zhuo Tianxing would not agree. Buzz. Suddenly, the divine sound transmission stone rang. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses. He shook his head and muttered, there's no sign of anything happening yet. Why am I thinking so much? He took out the divine sound transmission stone and checked it. He was slightly stunned. What's wrong? The mermaid princess looked at him suspiciously. Zhuo Tianxing, Qin Feiyang said. He found the alchemy fire and furnace so quickly? The mermaid princess was surprised. After all, He is the deputy city lord of Wind Sea City. Qin Feiyang smiled and activated the divine sound transmission stone. Zhuo Tianxing's shadow immediately appeared. Lord Zhuo, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Qin Feiyang laughed. Yun Xiang and Zhuo Shaoxian were standing below, so Qin Feiyang did not see them. I've also been waiting for a long time. Zhuo Tianxing said coldly, come to the City Lord's mansion. City Lord's mansion? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and shook his head. I don't dare. The City Lord's mansion is your territory. If I go there, wouldn't I be walking into a trap? I didn't expect there to be something you're afraid of. Zhuo Tianxing sneered. That's for sure. Come to my place to trade. Qin Feiyang gave Zhuo Tianxing a coordinate and turned off the divine sound transmission stone. It can't be a trap. The mermaid princess was a little worried. I'll be careful. Qin Feiyang smiled and left the ancient castle, standing alone in the sky above the mountain range. Time passed breath by breath. About 100 breaths later, two figures suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. It was Zhuo Tianxing and Elder Yu. Qin Feiyang looked at Elder Yu and his pupils shrank slightly. This was another terrifying sovereign realm expert. Moreover, the aura he emitted was not much weaker than Zhuo Tianxing's. Where's Xian? Zhuo Tianxing glanced at the space around Qin Feiyang and frowned. Did you bring the things I wanted? Qin Feiyang did not answer, but asked instead. Zhuo Tianxing smiled coldly and said, compared to the things you want, I think there are two people you're more interested in. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Was there really a trap? Zhuo Tianxing looked at Elder Yu, who nodded and smiled. He raised his old arm and waved gently. Yun Xiang and Zhuo Shaoxian appeared beside Elder Yu. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them in surprise. Yun Xiang sighed and said, Brother Qin, we've really been put in a lot of trouble by you this time. The woman's eyes were also filled with a bitter smile. She had never thought that Zhuo Tianxing would capture them because of this person. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Zhuo Tianxing and frowned. What do you mean? Isn't it simple? A person exchange. Zhuo Tianxing said. You mean to exchange them for Zhuo Shaoxian? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Zhuo Tianxing nodded and said with a smile, 2 for 1. It's a good deal. Qin Feiyang was stunned. What? Do you think this bargaining chip is not enough? Zhuo Tianxing looked at him mockingly. Wait. Qin Feiyang promptly raised his hand to stop Zhuo Tianxing, who was immensely proud of himself, and said, Before you did this, did you inquire about my relationship with them? Of course I did. Your companions. Zhuo Tianxing said. Companions? Qin Feiyang looked at Zhuo Tianxing in amazement and asked, Who did you ask? Su Yuan. Zhuo Tianxing said. Su Yuan? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. The patriarch of the Su family. It was also because of him that I was able to find these two people. Zhuo Tianxing sneered. So it's him. Then I'm laughing. Su Yuan has only seen me once. You actually believe his words? Qin Feiyang shook his head, his face full of ridicule. Zhuo Tianxing and Elder Yu looked at each other, and a trace of surprise crept into their eyes. I might as well tell you the truth. I only met them in Tianyue building. Let alone companions, we're not even friends. So the bargaining chip you think is worthless in my eyes. Qin Feiyang laughed. This, Zhuo Tianxing was stunned. Elder Yu said, Lord, don't worry. Maybe he's just pretending to be calm. Zhuo Tianxing's eyes flashed, and he looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, You really don't care? Do as you wish. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Zhuo Tianxing nodded, and a trace of hostility crept up between his eyebrows. He shouted, Elder Yu, kill Yun Xing for me. Elder Yu immediately sent a palm strike towards Yun Xiang's head. Qin Feiyang didn't have any waves. Because he and Yun Xiang had only met once, and there was no relationship between them. Brother Qin, you can't be so heartless. Although we've only met for the second time, there's a good saying that saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. Yun Xiang couldn't stay calm and hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang. Do I look like such a kind person to you? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Yun Xiang nodded firmly. Qin Feiyang laughed and shook his head. We're all adults, so naive. Finished. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhuo Tianxing and Elder Yu, and said faintly, I won't hinder you, goodbye. Then he disappeared without a trace. This, Elder Yu's arm stiffened. Zhuo Tianxing's whole person also froze there. He really didn't care at all. See, do you believe this? We're not familiar with him at all. Yun Xiang was helpless. Elder Yu glanced at Yun Xiang, looked at Zhuo Tianxing, and said with a wry smile, Lord, it seems that we were wrong. This damn Su Yuan is simply wasting my time. Zhuo Tianxing suddenly burned with anger. Cough cough. Yun Xiang coughed, looked at Zhuo Tianxing and asked, Lord Zhuo, can you let us go now? We still have to go back and greet the guests. Zhuo Tianxing looked at the two of them coldly, and his eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. Since you have no value, then why keep you? Kill them for me. Elder Yu raised his arm again. At the same time, Black Tortoise Realm. Qin Feiyang stood in the air, looking at the scene in front of him. Frenzy, Zhuo Shaoxian, and the mermaid princess were also standing beside him. Qin Dage, do you want me to go out and talk to father? Zhuo Shaoxian asked carefully. Shut up. Frenzy glared at her, and then looked at Yun Zhang without blinking. Qin Feiyang ignored Zhuo Shaoxian, and his eyes were fixed on Yun Xiang. Sister-in-law. Seeing this, Zhuo Shaoxian couldn't help but look at the mermaid princess for help. Don't worry. Yun Xiang is not a simple person, so Feiyang and Frenzy want to take advantage of this opportunity to see how deep this Yun Xiang is hiding. The mermaid princess comforted in a soft voice. I see. Zhuo Shaoxian came to a realization, and then looked at Yun Xiang curiously. Chapter 3042. Outside. Yun Xiang was extremely anxious. Brother Qin, are you really that heartless? The woman's face was also deathly pale. She had never thought that she would encounter such an unexpected disaster. At this point, Zhuo Tianxing and Elder Yu finally completely believed that these two people really didn't have a deep relationship with Qin Feiyang. But it was also because of this that they were even more angry. After wasting so much time, they only managed to catch two useless people. To them, killing one or two nameless pawns was like a joke. So, they didn't care about killing the innocent at all, as long as they could vent the anger in their hearts. Elder Yu's palm fell, and Yun Xiang and the woman were in imminent danger. But at this moment, Yun Xiang shook his head and sighed helplessly. It seems that we can only save ourselves. The woman looked suspiciously at Yun Xiang. Yun Xiang suddenly raised his head, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes, and a terrifying murderous aura suddenly appeared from his body. What? Elder Yu was shocked and hurriedly retreated without hesitation, because he actually felt the threat of death from this murderous aura. Zhuo Tianxing was also shocked. What was going on? But that murderous aura was like a flash in the pan, disappearing in an instant. Yun Xiang tidied up his somewhat messy clothes, and there was no longer any trace of panic on his face. He looked incomparably calm and composed. Brother Yunyu, the woman was even more surprised. At this moment, in her eyes, Yun Xiang was like a vast ocean, mysterious and unfathomable. Don't be afraid. Yun Xiang smiled slightly, looking at Zhuo Tianxing and Elder Yu. I didn't want to be so high profile, but you two are so insensible. Their pupils contracted. Yun Xiang smiled. Tell me, how do you want to die? Although he was smiling, his smile caused one to tremble with fear. Who exactly are you? Zhuo Tianxing said gloomily. That's not important. What's important is, how do you want to die? Yun Xiang was still smiling, but it made Zhuo Tianxing and Zhuo Tianxing's hair stand on end. It was as if a devil was hiding under that smiling face. Zhuo Tianxing and the other two swallowed their saliva. Suddenly, the two of them turned around at the same time, took a step forward, and flew into the air. Escape! Yun Xiang chuckled and raised a finger. That murderous aura reappeared, turning into two strands that pierced through Elder Yu and Zhuo Tianxing's bellies like strands of hair. An arrow of blood shot out. The two of them were shocked. What kind of method was this? The Black Tortoise World. Qin Feiyang and the madman were also shocked. They knew that Yun Xiang was definitely hiding something, but they didn't expect it to be so terrifying. One had to know. Zhuo Tianxing and Zhuo Tianxing were both late-stage sovereigns. But at this moment, he was actually being crushed by Yun Xiang without any strength to fight back. So strong. Zhuo Shaoxian was also shocked. She quickly looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Qin Dage, let me out, or father will die. Can you solve the problem if you go out?" Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Zhuo Shaoxian roared, "But I can't watch father be killed." Outside, Zhuo Tianxing and Zhuo Tianxing stopped in the air, not daring to escape. They looked at Yun Xiang in horror. There was also a trace of fear in the woman's eyes. She didn't expect Yun Xiang to be so strong. Accompanied by the sound of breaking air, the two strands of murderous aura returned to Yun Xiang's body. He looked at the two of them and smiled. "Have you decided? How do you want to die?" Zhuo Tianxing and Zhuo Tianxing looked at each other and quickly bowed. "Sorry, we have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please be magnanimous. Don't say such useless things. Don't challenge my patience." Yun Xiang shook his head. The two of them were terrified to the extreme and hated Su Yuan to the extreme. What kind of rotten idea was this? Not only did they fail to save Zhuo Shaoxian, but they also provoked such a terrifying existence. "You don't want to say it, right? Then I'll destroy your souls." Yun Xiang smiled slightly. At this moment, three figures appeared. They were Qin Feiyang, Lunatic, and Zhuo Shaoxian. "Don't kill my father." Zhuo Shaoxian immediately ran to Zhuo Tianxing and stood in front of him, looking at Yun Xiang and begging. Zhuo Tianxing was overjoyed. He asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Qin Dage and the others didn't hurt me. Instead, they took good care of me." Zhuo Shaoxian shook her head. Zhuo Tianxing couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang and Lunatic. Then he shuddered and quickly stood in front of Zhuo Shaoxian, protecting her behind him. From this action, it could be seen that he really loved this daughter of his. Even if his Sea of Qi was destroyed, he still wanted to protect his daughter. Yun Xiang looked at Qin Feiyang and Lunatic. He said, "I thought you guys had already left. If we were leaving, would we be able to watch this show?" Lunatic chuckled. Yun Xiang was startled. He said with a smile, "From what you're saying, it seems you already knew I was hiding something? We're both sensible people. Why are you still pretending? Tell me, who are you? More specifically, what's your intention for approaching us?" Lunatic said. "Approaching you?" Yun Xiang looked at the two in shock. He said, "We've only met by chance. Besides, you're not important people. Why would I approach you?" "Is that really so?" Lunatic sneered. "Of course. I thought we could be friends, but I didn't expect you to be so heartless. Looks like I'm not worthy of being your friend." Yun Xiang shook his head and sighed. Lunatic said, "It's us who are not worthy of being your friend." "Ha!" Yun Xiang smiled and said, "Let's deal with business first." Hearing this, Elder Yu and Zhuo Tianxing's eyes trembled. The so-called business was definitely referring to them. As expected, Yun Xiang suddenly waved his hand, and that murderous aura appeared again, charging toward Zhuo Tianxing. I'll hurry up and leave." Zhuo Tianxing roared. However, not only did Zhuo Shaoxian not leave, she even took a step in front of Zhuo Tianxing. Zhuo Tianxing roared. "Father, hurry up and leave," Zhuo Shaoxian said without turning her head. "How touching!" Yun Xiang chuckled. But at this time, Lunatic snorted coldly. As a golden light appeared, a halberd appeared. Heaven-defying divine art. Yun Xiang and the woman looked at Lunatic in surprise. He actually mastered a heaven-defying divine art. Clang. Lunatic grabbed the halberd and slashed at the murderous aura. "Senior brother, no." Qin Feiyang's expression changed slightly as he shouted. Even Elder Yu and Zhuo Tianxing couldn't resist that murderous aura, let alone Lunatic. Even a heaven-defying divine art would be no match for it. However, Lunatic turned a deaf ear to it. In an instant, the halberd collided with the murderous aura, and with a crack, the halberd shattered. Lunatic was immediately sent flying, and blood spurted out of his mouth. That huge force almost tore his body into pieces. "Lunatic!" Zhuo Shaoxian exclaimed and rushed forward. Get lost. Lunatic stepped into the air and forcefully stabilized his body. His aura rushed out and sent Shaoxian flying. He looked at Yun Xiang and laughed. So this is not your ability. It's just a murderous aura. Murderous aura? Qin Feiyang was stunned and quickly looked at the murderous aura. Upon closer inspection, the aura emitted by the murderous aura was indeed different from Yun Xiang's. In other words, this murderous aura should be formed by the murderous aura of a certain expert to protect Yun Xiang. And Yun Xiang's strength was the same as what they had seen. He was still at the half-step invincible realm. However, even so, it was still a bit shocking. A murderous aura could make Zhuo Tianxing and Zhuo Shaoxian unable to fight back. Then how terrifying was the cultivation of the owner of this murderous aura. And from this point, it could be seen that Yun Xiang's identity was really not simple. Could it be, did this person really intend to approach them? If that was the case, then Yun Xiang must have already known their origins. A murderous aura also appeared in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Yun Xiang chuckled and said, "Brother Mo, you have good eyesight, but even if it's a murderous aura, it's not something you can fight against. Those who look down on me usually pay a heavy price." Lunatic laughed, and the space between his eyebrows suddenly split open, revealing a third blood eye. Yun Xiang and the woman looked at the blood eye. Innate supernatural power, open? Lunatic smiled coldly. The two's bodies immediately began to petrify. The two of them were shocked. Elder Yu, Zhuo Tianxing, and Zhuo Shaoxian were also shocked. They were all behind Lunatic, so they didn't see his blood eye. But even so, they still felt a chill. Especially Zhuo Shaoxian, her cultivation was the weakest. Even if she didn't see the blood eye with her own eyes, she couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. However, just as Yun Xiang and the woman were completely petrified, the murderous aura suddenly attacked Lunatic's blood eye. "Old Qin, kill Yun Xiang!" Lunatic shouted. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and slapped at Yun Xiang. At this moment, Yun Xiang's body was almost petrified, and only his soul was left. And even his soul was about to be petrified. He wanted to dodge the incoming Qin Feiyang, but his petrified body couldn't move. And he was shocked to find that after his body was petrified, it was like a cage, and his soul couldn't escape from his sea of consciousness. At the critical moment, the murderous aura turned in the air, exuding a monstrous aura, and forcibly cut off Lunatic's petrification. Immediately after, the murderous aura took Yun Xiang and the woman away, disappearing from their sight in the blink of an eye. Escaped! Lunatic was stunned. Qin Feiyang was also surprised. Logically speaking, the murderous aura was more than enough to deal with them, so why did it escape? Could it be because it sensed the existence of the ancient castle? However, it wasn't that easy for the murderous aura to kill them, because they could enter the Black Tortoise realm. Although Yun Xiang controlled the laws of space and time, with the ancient castle guarding, even an expert like Elder Hai couldn't break into the Black Tortoise realm, let alone Yun Xiang. Whoosh! At the same time, Zhuo Tianxing and Elder Yu looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. Zhuo Shaoxian asked for a divine life pill from Zhuo Tianxing and ran to Lunatic, saying, "Thank you, take it." Lunatic closed his blood eye and glanced at Zhuo Shaoxian, saying, "Don't misunderstand, I didn't attack him to save you, but because he has designs on us. How can you be so ungrateful? Aren't I using it to heal you?" Zhuo Shaoxian looked at Lunatic angrily. "No need, I have my own." Lunatic took out a divine life pill and threw it into his mouth. Zhuo Shaoxian stomped her feet in anger. "What's going on?" Zhuo Tianxing and Elder Yu couldn't help but look at each other when they saw this scene. Logically speaking, shouldn't Shaoxian hate them? After all, they were the ones who kidnapped her. But why was she so concerned about them now? Chapter 3043. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhuo Tianxing and said with a smile, "Master Zhuo, let's talk about our business." Zhuo Tianxing's eyes darkened. "Even though we kidnapped your daughter, did you see any injuries on her body? We're quite sincere, aren't we? But what about you? What did you do?" Qin Feiyang's eyes glittered coldly as his divine might surged and restrained Zhuo Shaoxian. "Don't." Zhuo Tianxing was extremely anxious. "Brother Qin, it's not that we don't want to be honest. but it's too difficult to find a 10th level divine grade cauldron. There's nothing we can do. Old Man Yu hurriedly explained. Yes. Such cauldrons are usually in the hands of the famous alchemy masters. They're either protected by a powerful force, or they're very strong themselves. If you want a 9th level divine grade cauldron, I can think of a way, but a 10th level one? There's nothing I can do. Zhuo Tianxing nodded in agreement. Is it that difficult? Qin Feiyang frowned. He thought it wouldn't be difficult to find a 10th level divine grade cauldron as long as he put his mind to it. But after hearing what they said, he felt that it was even rarer than a rare treasure. Why don't you let Xiaoxian go first and I'll try my best to help you. Don't worry, I won't play any tricks this time. After all, Old Man Yu and I would have been killed by Yun Xiang if you didn't show up. I'm not a good person, but I won't bite the hand that feeds me. Zhuo Tianxing hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said to Madman, Senior Brother Madman, what do you think? You can decide. Why are you asking me? Madman was speechless. Qin Feiyang frowned. To be honest, he couldn't trust Zhuo Tianxing at all. I'm not going back. Suddenly, Zhuo Xiaoxian said. What? Zhuo Tianxing and Old Man Yu were stunned. Qin Feiyang and Madman also looked at her in shock. Not going back? Was there something wrong with this woman's brain? Xiaoxian, what did you say? Why not? Zhuo Tianxing had a suspicious look on his face, seriously wondering if there was something wrong with his ears. It's already been more than 10,000 years, and you're only thinking of saving me now. I can see that you don't care about me at all, so why should I go back? Zhuo Xiaoxian snorted coldly. When Qin Feiyang and the madman heard this, they immediately had a bad feeling. Sure enough, what he was worried about was discovered. Over 10,000 years? Zhuo Tianxing and Elder Yu looked at each other, their faces also full of astonishment. Xiaoxian, were you abused by them? Elder Yu asked. Abuse? Zhuo Xiaoxian paused briefly, then said angrily, They didn't abuse me. If they did, how could I still be standing here unharmed? Then why are you so confused? It's only been half a month, how could it be more than 10,000 years? Elder Yu was speechless. Half a month? Zhuo Xiaoxian was surprised. How could it only be half a month? It was clearly more than 10,000 years. It's really only been half a month. Don't you know your father? In father's house, you are father's life. You were kidnapped by them, how could I not be anxious? Zhuo Tianxing sighed. It's really only been half a month. Zhuo Xiaoxian muttered. But why had more than 10,000 years passed in the Black Tortoise world? Could it be she wasn't stupid? And as Zhuo Tianxing's daughter, she was someone who had seen the world. She immediately thought of the time array. Could it be that there was a time array in the Black Tortoise world that lasted a day and 1,000 years? Half a month had passed outside. It seemed to be exactly 15,000 years in the Black Tortoise world. It was really a time array that lasted a day and 1,000 years? Her heart was filled with disbelief. Just who were these people? They actually had such a terrifying time array. In the Sky Cloud world, there were many time arrays that lasted a day, a few years, a few decades, a few centuries. Just like her City Lord mansion, there was a time array. However, this was the first time she had heard of a time array that lasted a day and 1,000 years. Perhaps only the 4 superforces had this kind of time array. Damned woman, what should be said, what shouldn't be said, it's best to know your limits. Madman suddenly transmitted his voice. Hearing this, Zhuo Xiaoxian immediately puffed up her cheeks and snorted, If you dare to bully me, I'll tell others. You're courting death. Killing intent flashed in Madman's eyes. Zhuo Xiaoxian's delicate body trembled, and a trace of fear crept onto her face. Brother, let's talk nicely. Seeing this, Zhuo Tianxing hurriedly looked at Madman and said, Although he didn't know what was going on, he definitely couldn't let his daughter be in danger. Madman glanced at Zhuo Tianxing, then looked at Zhuo Xiaoxian and said, How troublesome, get lost with your father. Zhuo Tianxing was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Daughter, come home with me. Zhuo Xiaoxian shook her head. Did they give you some kind of bewitching potion? Zhuo Tianxing frowned. What was going on? But Zhuo Xiaoxian ignored Zhuo Tianxing and even treated him as heir. She looked directly at Madman and said unhappily, "You want me to go back, but I won't." The corner of Madman's mouth twitched. This woman was indeed sick. When Qin Feiyang saw this scene, there was a faintly discernible smile on his face. Although he was also an idiot in the eyes of others, as someone who had experienced it, he could be considered to have some experience. From Zhuo Xiaoxian's current behavior, it wasn't hard to see that she did have a good impression of Madman. At the same time, looking at Madman and Zhuo Xiaoxian who were staring at each other, Elder Yu said, "City Lord, I think something is wrong." "Yes, something is wrong, but what exactly is wrong?" Zhuo Tianxing mumbled. He wasn't blind, so he could naturally see the situation between the two. But what was going on? As an experienced person, can't you see it? They're obviously quarreling like a young couple. Elder Yu was speechless. "What?" Zhuo Tianxing was stunned and quickly said in his heart, "No way." "See for yourself." Elder Yu was helpless. Zhuo Tianxing looked at the two of them, and after a closer look, it seemed to be true. How could they have feelings for each other? Wasn't this nonsense? This kind of thing couldn't be done. One had to know. These two were robbers and they were the ones who killed Wang Hui. As a member of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, although Wang Hui wasn't an important person, the higher-ups of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance would investigate this matter sooner or later. If this precious daughter of his was really related to these two, not only would she be implicated, but the entire Zhuo family would be implicated. "Xiaoxian, can you come back with me first? Everyone is worried about you, you can't let them worry about you all the time." Zhuo Tianxing said. "Worried about me?" Zhuo Xiaoxian was slightly startled, and said in a suspicious tone, "Who else is worried about me apart from you?" "Your brothers and your aunts." Zhuo Tianxing said with a smile. "They're worried about me?" Zhuo Xiaoxian was startled. "What are you talking about? They're your family, of course they're worried about you when you're in trouble." Zhuo Tianxing looked at Zhuo Xiaoxian unhappily. Zhuo Xiaoxian fell silent, with a hint of self-mockery in her eyes. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. It seemed like Zhuo Tianxing had no idea that Zhuo Xiaoxian was being ostracized in the Zhuo family. All of a sudden Qin Feiyang looked at Zhuo Xiaoxian and said with a smile, "You should go back." "Qin Dage, even you dare to ask me to leave?" Zhuo Xiaoxian immediately felt helpless. She had gotten used to living a carefree life in the Black Tortoise realm for 15,000 years. She really did not want to go back. The reason being that her heart was filled with disgust whenever she thought of the scheming in her family. "We can't afford to keep idlers here." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Zhuo Xiaoxian immediately felt wronged. It turned out that even these people despised her. Maniac took out a Cosmos ring and tossed it to Zhuo Xiaoxian. He then glanced at Zhuo Tianxing and waved his hand impatiently, "Take her and leave at once." The Cosmos ring belonged to Zhuo Xiaoxian. Maniac had been keeping it safe. He had taken it away to prevent Zhuo Xiaoxian from leaking the situation in the Black Tortoise realm to the people outside. Zhuo Tianxing was overjoyed. He immediately went forward with Old Yu and brought Zhuo Xiaoxian away. "Don't forget what you promised us," Qin Feiyang reminded him. "I'll try my best." Zhuo Tianxing nodded. So, the three of them disappeared without a trace. Qin Feiyang glanced at Maniac and teased, "Senior brother Maniac, are you really willing to let her go?" "What do you mean by that?" "As if I really want her to stay." Maniac raised his eyebrows. "Huh?" Qin Feiyang laughed dryly and brought Maniac into the Black Tortoise realm. "It's quiet now. Finally, I can calm my heart and cultivate." Maniac laughed heartlessly and flew towards the courtyard. "Can I really calm down?" Qin Feiyang looked at Maniac's back with a playful smile. "Are you really letting Xiaoxian go?" Mermaid Princess walked to Qin Feiyang's side and asked suspiciously. "She doesn't want to leave yet." Qin Feiyang nodded. Mermaid Princess was stunned and asked in confusion, "Then why did you let her go?" "You don't understand. Right now, the two of them are not sure if they really like each other in their hearts. If they still get along like before, I don't know how long they will have to wait before they can clearly recognize their own hearts. That's why I want them to temporarily separate. Because after separating, they won't be able to see each other, and the true thoughts in their hearts will slowly appear." Qin Feiyang chuckled. So that's how it is. Mermaid Princess nodded in realization, then covered her mouth and laughed. You are so good at dealing with other people's feelings, but when it came to me, you were like a block of wood. Qin Feiyang was stunned, then his face darkened. He picked up the Mermaid Princess and laughed evilly. Smelly girl, you dare to laugh at me, see how I'll deal with you today. With that, he carried the Mermaid Princess and rushed into the attic, closing the door with a bang. For a moment, the room was filled with boundless spring scenery. Wind Sea City. City Lord's Mansion. In a hall. Xiaoxian, you're finally back. We've been worried sick these days. Now that you're fine, we can finally let out a sigh of relief. How are you? Did they hurt you? Let us take a look. It's only been half a month, and you seem to have lost weight. More than 10 young men surrounded Zhuo Xiaoxian, their faces full of concern and joy. On the side, Zhuo Tianxing and Elder Yu were all smiles when they saw this scene. However, Zhuo Xiaoxian was disgusted by these hypocritical faces. Chapter 3044. That's enough. Your sister just came back. She must be tired. Let her rest. Zhuo Tianxing waved his hand and smiled. Have a good rest, Xiaoxian. We'll come to see you another day. We'll take you out for a walk then. The group of young men smiled and left together. However, as soon as they walked out of the hall, their expressions changed. I didn't expect her to come back alive. Humph, she can't even kill a woman, and she wants to be a kidnapper? What a piece of trash. She's lucky this time. The group of young men discussed in secret as they walked away. Zhuo Xiaoxian looked at the backs of the group of young men and couldn't help but think of the time in the Black Tortoise realm. Everyone living together happily, without scheming against each other, without ambition or desire. That was the kind of life she yearned for. Zhuo Xiaoxian sighed inwardly. She looked at Zhuo Tianxing and said, Father, I'm tired. I'll go back first. Go. Zhuo Tianxing waved his hand. Zhuo Xiaoxian turned and walked out of the hall, gradually disappearing at the end of a quiet path. Elder Yu frowned and said, My lord, something's wrong with Xiaoxian. She looks absent-minded. I wonder what happened to her in the past half a month? Zhuo Tianxing's face was full of worry. Half a month, Elder Yu murmured, his eyes shining. He said in a low voice, My lord, what did Xiaoxian mean when she said that? What did she say? Zhuo Tianxing was suspicious. Elder Yu said, She said more than 10,000 years. Zhuo Tianxing was slightly stunned. He frowned and said, She must be confused. Elder Yu said, But do you think Xiaoxian looks confused now? Well, Zhuo Tianxing frowned and asked, What do you think? If Xiaoxian didn't lie, then I think their spatial divine item must have a time array. Elder Yu said in a deep voice. A time array. Zhuo Tianxing's eyes trembled. Xiaoxian said more than 10,000 years had passed, but only half a month had passed in the outside world. What does that mean? It means that if there's a time array, it's still 1,000 years. Even in the entire sky cloud realm, such a time formation is rare. I think the identities of these two people are definitely not simple. Old man, you said. At first, Zhuo Tianxing hadn't paid much attention to it, but when he heard Elder Yu's words, he was shocked. If Elder Yu's guess was correct, then these two people really did have a great background. He pondered for a moment. Zhuo Tianxing said in a low voice, Go and investigate the background of these two people immediately. Elder Yu nodded, then asked, Then what about the pill fire and pill furnace? Zhuo Tianxing pondered for a moment before sighing, After all, he saved our lives. Let's try to find him one. If we really can't find it, we'll just give him a 9th grade divine grade pill furnace as a token of our gratitude. Understood. Old man, you nodded. Also, make the Su family disappear from this world. Zhuo Tianxing's eyes flashed with killing intent. If it wasn't for Su Yuan's bad idea, would they almost fall in the hands of Yun Ziang? He wasn't a good person to begin with, so he couldn't tolerate this kind of thing. Got it? I'll do it right away. A murderous glint flashed across Elder Yu's eyes as he activated an altar and left. Old Zhuo, quickly come and see me. Suddenly, a voice full of energy and with a sense of majesty sounded in Zhuo Tianxing's mind. Zhuo Tianxing's gaze trembled as he hurriedly walked out of the hall and flew towards the most magnificent palace in the center of the city lord's mansion. So, Zhuo Tianxing landed in front of the palace gate. "Come in." The voice came from the main hall. Zhuo Tianxing pushed open the door of the main hall and saw a middle-aged man in his 30s sitting on the throne at the top of the main hall. This person was about 1.8 meters tall and wore a purple python robe. His body was neither fat nor thin, but he was very muscular. As he sat there, he was like a divine king, full of majesty. "Greetings, city lord." Zhuo Tianxing walked to the middle-aged man and bowed. That's right. This person was the city lord of Wind Sea City. Zhuo Tianxing, the vice city lord, did not dare to be rash in front of this person. "Sit." The city lord pointed to the seat beside him. Zhuo Tianxing nodded, walked over, sat on the seat, and said with a smile, "City lord, aren't you in seclusion? Why did you come out? Did you break through?" "It's not that easy to become a perfected dominator." The city lord shook his head. From his words, one could tell that this city lord was a terrifying perfected dominator. "Then why did you come out?" Zhuo Tianxing looked at him doubtfully. "I just received a message from the vice leader, saying that something happened in Wind City under our jurisdiction. Do you know about it?" the city lord asked. Zhuo Tianxing's heart trembled. The higher-ups had indeed started investigating this matter. He did not dare to hide anything and nodded, "I know." "Then how did Wang Hui die?" The city lord frowned. "He was killed by 2 young men. One of them is surnamed Qin, and the other is surnamed Mo. Both of them are somewhat arrogant. To tell you the truth, my daughter Xian was also kidnapped by them some time ago. It was only just now that I managed to rescue her." Zhuo Tianxing sighed. "What? There's such a thing. Why didn't you tell me about such a big matter?" A trace of anger appeared between the city lord's brows. "It's not a big matter, why should I tell you? Besides, isn't Xian fine now?" Zhuo Tianxing smiled faintly. "No matter what, Xian is my adopted daughter. If she's in danger, how can I just sit back and watch? If something like this happens again in the future, don't hide it from me. Although Xian is only my adopted daughter, I treat her as my own. My love for her is no less than that of you, her biological father." The city lord looked displeased. Yes. Zhuo Tianxing hurriedly smiled apologetically. "Then who are these 2 young men? They even dared to kidnap Xian? They don't know that Xian is your daughter?" The city lord frowned. "They know. It's because Xian is my daughter that they kidnapped her." Zhuo Tianxing smiled bitterly and did not hide anything. He told the city lord the whole situation in detail. This included the time array that they suspected. "I see." The city lord nodded and shook his head with a smile. Controlling Wang Hui, possessing a high-grade heaven-defying divine artifact, and possibly a time array that lasts 1,000 years. It seems that these 2 young men are not simple. That's why I've already asked Elder Yu to investigate their identities. I hope we can find something," Zhuo Tianxing said. The city lord asked, "Then how did the grudge between him and Wang Hui arise?" "Wang Hui told me about this. It seems that his son, Wang Feng, caused trouble in a restaurant called Tianyue Restaurant. Coincidentally, the 2 of them were also drinking in Tianyue Restaurant. Hence, the 2 of them found each other an eyesore, so they killed the people around Wang Feng. Later, Wang Hui appeared and wanted to take down the 2 of them. However, in the end, he fell into their hands." Zhuo Tianxing shook his head. "This is what a hedonistic son is like. When you have the time, you should also discipline your sons. They are not like Xian. Xian has been obedient and sensible since she was young. She has never caused trouble and is filial to us. As for those brats, they are all arrogant and domineering. If you don't discipline them, sooner or later, they will bring disaster to you," the city lord warned. Zhuo Tianxing nodded. "No matter what, you have to give the higher-ups an explanation for this matter. Ask Elder Yu to investigate quickly. Investigate it thoroughly and tell me immediately. I'll make the next plan," the city lord said. Zhuo Tianxing asked, "What about the alchemy fire and alchemy furnace that he wanted?" I haven't settled the score with them for kidnapping Xian. They still want these things? Dream on. Also, that Yun Ziang, you have to investigate as well. With such a terrifying killing intent, his identity is definitely not simple. The city lord said. Zhuo Tianxing nodded. Then you go and do your work. I'll go and see Xian. She must be very sad after suffering such a huge insult. The city lord smiled slightly. Sad? Zhuo Tianxing shook his head and smiled bitterly. You don't know. I don't know what happened to Xian. She actually doesn't want to come back with us. What? The city lord looked at Zhuo Tianxing in astonishment. She didn't want to come back. This was strange. Elder, you guessed that Xian and that brat surnamed Mo. Speaking of this. Zhuo Tianxing couldn't help but frown, looking somewhat unwilling to say. Say it. The city lord urged. We are considered family, so I won't hide it from you. Elder, you guessed that Xian might have feelings for him. Zhuo Tianxing sighed. This, the city lord was stunned. What was this? A kidnapper, a kidnapped person? How could she have feelings for him? That's what I'm worried about. Look at these two people. They killed Wang Hui, so the higher-ups definitely won't let this go. If the higher-ups know that Xian has such a relationship with them, not only Xian, even I will be finished. Zhuo Tianxing looked worried. Don't be nervous. This is just Elder Yu's guess. The city lord comforted. It's not just Elder Yu's guess. You didn't see Xian attitude when she interacted with him at that time. It felt like a couple quarreling in a fit of pique. Zhuo Tianxing rubbed his forehead. There was an indescribable irritation in his heart. Then we really can't be careless about this matter. The city lord pondered for a while and said, How about this? I'll go and talk to Xian. You should hurry up and investigate their identities. As long as they aren't from the Devil Palace, there's still room for negotiation. Zhuo Tianxing nodded and got up. Then I'll go and do my work first. After saying that, he turned around and left quickly. The city lord was silent for a while before he also got up and disappeared without a trace with a step. On the other side, beside a quiet lake, there was an elegant small building. At this moment, a woman in a purple dress sat alone by the lakeside. Her bare feet swayed in the water, creating ripples in the water. The woman was Zhuo Xiaoxian. She looked at the clear lake, her eyes in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 3045. Suddenly, the city lord landed in front of the building without making a sound. His eyes were filled with affection as he looked at Zhuo Xiaoxian, who was sitting by the lake. However, he did not say anything. He walked to Zhuo Xiaoxian's side and watched in silence. Zhuo Xiaoxian did not notice the city lord's arrival. Time gradually passed. The city lord couldn't help but stare blankly. What was this girl thinking? Not only did she not notice his arrival, she did not even make a sound. Cough, cough. The city lord could not help but let out a dry cough. He thought Zhuo Xiaoxian would be startled, but to his surprise, Zhuo Xiaoxian acted as if she did not hear it. She was still swinging her feet while staring at the lake with a blurred look. The city lord was frustrated. He let out a dry cough. Zhuo Xiaoxian was finally awakened. She immediately turned around and looked at the city lord. She was startled at first, but she quickly rose to her feet and said, Godfather, why are you here? I've been here for a long time. The city lord said with a straight face. Zhuo Xiaoxian's expression stiffened. She said with an embarrassed smile, I'm sorry, I was lost in my thoughts. Godfather is very angry now. The city lord harumphed coldly. Zhuo Xiaoxian immediately went up and hugged the city lord's arm. She giggled, Godfather, I'm sorry. You little girl, the city lord shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, Then tell me, what are you thinking about? Zhuo Xiaoxian stammered. Her face blushed. Who was the city lord? He had seen countless people. He immediately knew what Zhuo Xiaoxian was thinking after seeing her reaction. It seemed like Zhuo Tianxing was right. Little girl. How's the kid with the surname Mo? The city lord thought for a moment and asked. Zhuo Xiaoxian was caught off guard. He's the one you're thinking about. The city lord said. Zhuo Xiaoxian's face turned even redder. She shook her head and said, I'm not thinking about anyone. Still trying to deny it. The city lord rolled his eyes and said with a smile, actually, I don't care who you like as long as he treats you well. However, there's one thing you must remember. What? Zhuo Xiaoxian looked at the city lord in confusion. The other party must have a good character. Also, he must stand on the side of our rogue cultivator alliance. The city lord said. Zhuo Xiaoxian asked, what if he's not from the rogue cultivator alliance? Admit it. You are indeed thinking about that mo brat. The city lord smiled smugly. You? Zhuo Xiaoxian paused for a second, then angrily turned around and snorted coldly, I don't want to talk to you anymore. How dare you set me up? If foster father didn't do this, would you have told the truth? The city lord chuckled and asked, then tell foster father, do you really like him? I don't know. Zhou Xiaoxian shook her head. Why don't you know? The city lord had a suspicious look on his face. I don't know if I like her or not. Zhuo Xiaoxian mumbled. The city lord pondered for a moment and asked, how do you feel now that you're separated from him? I'm a little disappointed. Zhuo Xiaoxian pondered for a moment and said. The city lord could not help but sigh in his heart. If this wasn't love, then what was? It was just that these feelings were not too deep, so he could not be sure. Then tell foster father, what kind of person is he? The city lord asked with a smile. He's very fierce. He always has a fierce look on his face, as if he's a bad guy. However, I can tell that he's actually a very kind person. And I learned from sister-in-law that he's a very righteous person. Zhuo Xiaoxian could not help but wear a smile on her face as she spoke. Seeing this smile, the city lord was even more certain that this girl had fallen in love with him. Sister-in-law? The city lord was startled. Sister-in-law is Qin Deji's wife. They are very loving. There are a lot of people there. Some are Qin Deji's subordinates, and some are Qin Deji's family. There's also a bunch of cute beasts. However, whether it's his subordinates or those beasts, they're like a family, living in harmony. Zhuo Xiaoxian could not help but smile as she spoke. Her eyes were filled with yearning. I see. It seems like those young people are quite nice. The city lord nodded. That's why I don't want to come back. I like the atmosphere there. Even though I've been a captive all these years, they've treated me like a friend. Zhuo Xiaoxian lowered her head and said. The city lord was startled. You don't like the atmosphere in the city lord's mansion? Zhuo Xiaoxian was about to say that she did not like it, but she suddenly corrected herself. I like it, I like it. How perceptive was the city lord? He could easily see Zhuo Xiaoxian's hesitation. He frowned and said, Girl, are you hiding something from us? Nothing. Zhuo Xiaoxian waved her hand and asked, Foster father, why did you come out of seclusion? It's because of them. The city lord shook his head. Them? Zhuo Xiaoxian was startled. Her expression changed as she said, Foster father, are you going to kill them? Don't be nervous. The higher-ups only asked me to investigate the matter. They haven't made a decision yet. The city lord waved his hand with a smile. That's good. Foster father, they're not bad people. Take Wang Hui's incident for example. Wang Hui was the one who provoked them first. It's the same if they kidnapped me. They came to kidnap me because father was going to kill them. Zhuo Xiaoxian let out a relieved sigh and spoke up for Qin Feiyang and the others. The city lord asked, What about the incident where they used you to extort the pill flame and the cauldron? They're still holding a grudge after all. If it were you, you would definitely take the opportunity to ask for something as compensation. Zhuo Xiaoxian said. The city lord was stunned and said speechlessly, If you're already speaking up for them, what will happen when you marry them? Who's going to marry them? Zhuo Xiaoxian blushed and mumbled. You silly girl. Don't worry, as long as they're not from the demon palace, I'll be able to deal with them. The city lord smiled. Thank you, foster father. Zhuo Xiaoxian immediately expressed her gratitude. You're thanking me? It seems like you're the outsider now. The city lord shook his head and let out a sigh with a sad look. No. Zhuo Xiaoxian immediately waved her hand. I'm just kidding. The city lord scratched her little nose and said with a smile, Then tell me, how many years have you been inside the godly object? This. Zhuo Xiaoxian was slightly hesitant. What's wrong? You can't even tell foster father? The city lord looked at her unhappily. No. Zhuo Xiaoxian shook her head. She glanced at her surroundings and said in a low voice, I'll tell you, but please don't tell father and elder Yu. But the city lord was suspicious. Because father and elder Yu are a little greedy. Zhuo Xiaoxian stuck out her tongue. The city lord was startled before he scolded jokingly, You silly girl, is that how you talk about your father? It's the truth. Zhuo Xiaoxian giggled. The city lord asked curiously, Then, what kind of person is foster father in your heart? Foster father. Of course it's a straightforward, magnanimous, respectable, wise, and brilliant man. Zhuo Xiaoxian said proudly. Cough cough. The city lord immediately let out a cough and said with a chuckle, Don't tell the truth, keep a low profile. All right. Zhuo Xiaoxian nodded. You silly girl. The city lord rubbed Zhuo Xiaoxian's head in a doting manner. This little girl was so adorable. He said, All right, I promise you I won't tell them. I'm sure, I've lived in the black tortoise world for 15,000 years. Zhuo Xiaoxian said softly. His space godly object is called the black tortoise world? The city lord was startled. Zhuo Xiaoxian nodded. 15,000 years. It's only been half a month outside. It's indeed a time formation that lasts 1,000 years in a day. The city lord exclaimed. Impressive, right? I didn't even know that after living in the black tortoise world for so many years. Zhuo Xiaoxian said. Impressive. No wonder you fell in love with that kid. We've lived together for over 10,000 years. The city lord shook his head with a smile. Foster father. Zhuo Xiaoxian blushed as she glared at the city lord. The city lord let out a smile and said, All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Come, foster father will accompany you. By the way, that Qin Dage, what's his real name? Qin Feiyang. What about that kid with the surname Mo? His surname is Mo, everyone calls him Little Madman. Little Madman? You actually fell in love with a crazy person? Girl, what are you thinking? He's not crazy, it's just that his personality is a little cynical. See, you're speaking up for him again, and you're still saying that you don't like him? Foster father. At the same time, Tianfeng City. The Su family. Su Yuan was very happy, and he would drink a few cups from time to time. Husband, what good thing have you encountered? I've never seen you so happy before. The woman looked at Su Yuan suspiciously. Madam, our Su family is about to soar. Su Yuan chuckled. Is that so? The woman had a look of disbelief. Really, when have I ever lied to you? Just you wait, it won't be long before our Su family moves to Wine Sea City to develop. Su Yuan said. Wine Sea City? The woman was slightly stunned and touched Su Yuan's forehead. What are you doing? Su Yuan slapped the woman's arm away in dissatisfaction. You don't have a fever, why are you talking nonsense? The woman muttered. Get lost, you have a fever. Su Yuan glared at the woman in annoyance, and then laughed alone. The woman shook her head and was about to turn and leave. Swish. But at this moment, in the sky, a red-haired old man suddenly appeared. Su Yuan looked up, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. He hurriedly greeted him and said with a smile, Elder Yu, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The woman looked at Elder Yu suspiciously. Who is this? However, without saying a word, Elder Yu's eyes surged with killing intent, and he slammed his palm towards the Su family. Elder Yu, what are you doing? Su Yuan's expression suddenly changed. The Su family's undead stage experts also came out of seclusion and looked at Elder Yu in the sky in surprise. But Elder Yu did not explain. His divine power surged out and instantly blasted into the Su family. Boom! Immediately, accompanied by billowing smoke, the entire Su family was razed to the ground. Not a single person from the Su family was left alive. All of them had died, including the Su family's ancestor. Even when they died, they didn't know what was going on.